Get ready. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to meeting number 22 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. And I'm Councillor Paula Fletcher, and I'm your new chair of this committee. And I'm just going to ask you to be very patient with me, my councillor colleagues and all the staff, and particularly the clerk's staff, who I'm going to be relying on a lot, and our DCM to get through this meeting as well as possible, and very big high heels to fill in our new MP, Jennifer McKelvey. So we wish her very well. It was very exciting, and we will move on without her. Thank you, Councillor Morley. I see you're online. We have Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, and Councillor Sachs in the room. And I don't know if she needs to be here for quorum. Pardon me?
We can count it for quorum.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person here at City Hall in Committee Room 1. And we're also live streaming this meeting at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. And although we're meeting in different locations today, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee would like to acknowledge that this land that we are on is the traditional territory of many nations, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Chippewa, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse peoples, including Inuit, Métis people. We also acknowledge Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak today, and we have a number of speakers on all of these great items today, please listen for me to call your name. I'll call the speakers in the order that they appear on the list, which is listed online. You can view that under Infrastructure and Environment Committee and the link to toronto.ca Council. Click the speakers box and you'll see who's coming up today for speaking. And members, the City Clerk has provided all of the agenda materials on toronto.ca Council on your CMP, Clerk's Meeting Portal. Clerk's IT are available to members if you need help. I just wonder if we can identify where they are, Matthew, Clerk's IT, in case anybody just needs to call. There's Nick over there, thank you, it's on standby for any issues. And if you want to, I just want to remind you to please submit your motions ahead of time. You can do that by email, or you can do it on CMP. And our staff are right here to assist you, and Jennifer Forks is also here to help us today. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand on your mic, indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. And I don't see any, so we will proceed. I now welcome you, Councillor Perruzza. Nice to see you. I know you're not feeling well. Thank you very much for joining us today. Can I have a motion, please, to confirm the minutes of our meeting on May 7th, 2025? I'll ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor. Could you move that, please? Thank you. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cole. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried. We have 15 items on our agenda. Let us do a rundown here. So, item number 1, automated vehicle pilot deployment in Toronto under the Highway Traffic Act. And we do have speakers. We have 4 speakers on that. So we have to hold that. We have item number IE 22.2, a strategic parking framework for the City of Toronto. And I have a motion here to delete item number 2, which is to move parking enforcement to the, pardon me? And Councillor Morley also has a motion? Yeah. The same motion?
No, we'll put up the recommendation.
I can't see it, okay. Well, I'm going to have a motion on this now. Okay, so we'll just hold this down. Thank you. We'll hold that, thank you. And then item number 3, revised free floating car share program. There is a speaker, so we'll hold that for speakers. And then item number 4, oh boy, which is updates on Vision Zero road safety initiatives, improving crossings for pedestrians, updated roads classification criteria, and other matters. And there is a speaker on that. And then item number 5, is temporary street closure for eastbound Gardiner, eastbound FG Gardiner Expressway and northbound Don Valley Parkway, 2026 Toronto Triathlon Festival. And I don't think there's any speakers there.
That's this one.
Yes. I'm sorry, wrong one. That was number 5, authorized vehicles in city parks, review of operating procedures and policies. So there are no speakers, but I'm going to hold that because I have a motion on that and some questions. Thank you. Then we'll move to number 6, which is the temporary closure. There are no speakers. Are there any questions of staff or speakers from committee members? Did you want to hold that, Councillor Cole, or move that?
I'll hold it.
Holding? Okay, thank you. Then there's number 7, 22.7, FG Gardiner Expressway and Don Valley Park closure, Don Valley Parkway closure, Brain for Health 2026, a whole number of wards. And what is your pleasure there for that item 22.7?
Yeah, I'd like to hold that.
You're going to hold that? So all of the Gardiner Expressway, Deputy Mayor is holding those, thank you. And then 22.8, which is an annual report on tree bylaw removal permit and appeals. And we do have a speaker there, so we're going to be holding that one. And then number 9, TransformTO Net Zero Strategy. We have speakers on that, deputants, so we'll be holding that as well. And then number 10, Sewers and Water Supply Bylaws 2024 Compliance and Enforcement Annual Report. Are there any speakers to hear about that? Yes, we have a speaker. Thank you. Yes, we have a speaker. Thank you. So we're holding. Number 11, which is Pedestrian Streets Policy and Guidelines Development, Accessibility Feedback. Any speakers? No speakers from the public. Councillors, Deputy Mayor, you want to move that? All right, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We've now moved one item. Very good, everybody. That's great. Okay, number 12 is accessibility and snow clearing. And we do have a speaker, but I'd like to just let that speaker know I intend to defer that to the city manager's review of winter operations. So Mr. Cahoon, if you didn't want to speak, you can let the clerk know and we'll move that over and you'll have a chance to talk with that person at your committee. Item 13, Toronto Parking Authority Security Approach and Framework. There are no speakers for that. Does anybody on this committee want to address that? No? Can you move that, please? Thank you. Sorry, wait.
We have a bit of a technical amendment.
Oh, we have a technical amendment, so, pardon me?
Only part 2 is.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So technical amendment, we have it on the screen.
I'll move the technical amendment of the Infrastructure Environment Committee that City Council directly confidential attachment number 2. A report to 2025 President Toronto Parking Authority remain confidential in its entirety as it pertains to the security of the property belonging to the City of Toronto.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then item 14, consistent bike lane use rules. I'm assuming there are speakers there, and Councillor Sachs, you'd want to hold that, so we're going to hold that for speakers. And then number 15, minimizing salt pollution that poisons rivers and streams. There are speakers there, so that is also being held. Hold the salt, pass the pepper. Okay, great. Thank you very much. We have a lot of speakers, a lot of items, and a number of people interested in them. So first off, our first item today is IE 22.1, Automated Vehicle Pilot Deployment in Toronto under the Highway Traffic Act. It was deferred from May 7th, and we have a number of speakers today. I don't know if they're here or they're online. Speakers JJ Fuser, Ilya Krenyan, Kasir Hen, and Akil Puri. So I'd just like to start with JJ Fuser, or if you were here. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Thank you to the committee for letting me speak. My name is JJ Fuser. I just wanted to comment, not so much on the proposal, but on kind of the situation that we find ourselves in evaluating this proposal for autonomous delivery robots, which reminds me in so many cases that we faced already when new technology comes to town, where we found that our tools aren't ready to evaluate or mitigate the new risks they may pose. This was true for Uber, then Airbnb, then Sidewalk Labs. And it's not just a municipal issue, it's true of all levels of government and in no way unique to Toronto. But here we have a case where the provincial government is telling us its autonomous vehicle pilot is not subject to city approvals because the vehicles will run on our roads and are therefore subject to the Highway Traffic Act. That may be true, but we have learned these devices need to harvest data throughout our public realm, including biometric data of people residing in or passing through our cities, possibly without their knowledge or opportunity to consent. And I think others can talk in a more informed way about the significant questions arising around the stewardship and use of these data. It appears that because this is not infrastructure designed by or in partnership with the city, our digital infrastructure framework does not apply. And to my view, this represents a significant gap in our regulatory framework. The ability of third parties to harvest sensitive data, personal, biometric, behavioral data, especially in our public realm, is not, if it's not yet an activity subject to city oversight and licensing, maybe it should be. We heard last week, Toronto needs to welcome innovation. Developing appropriate regulations to govern the piloting of new technologies needs to be part of that process. And this pilot, taking place as it does within Toronto communities, is something like the last stage of a clinical trial. But where's our ethics committee review? What steps are we taking to ensure informed consent on the part of the human subjects that participate knowingly or unknowingly? Technologies that harvest data from residents in public spaces for free and turn a profit off of that, these are going to become increasingly common. And we as a city will have to be ready. Asking potential proponents to wait till we have the capacity, understanding, and tools to evaluate their risks and impacts is not the behavior of a technology laggard, it's the behavior of a technology leader. We're not just letting technology happen to us, we're being agents in that process. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Fuser? Councillor Sachs, yes?
Thank you. Do you think it's acceptable for anybody walking along the street to be subject to having their face recorded and sent to the United States for indefinite manipulation by a private company for their own profit?
Absolutely not.
You recognize that the province isn't giving us any say on this. Do you think we should be taking some steps to give people notice that if they see this thing, it is filming their face and sending it to the United States for-profit use?
Yeah, I think people have to at the very least know that and know what to do about it. And you know, I think we should use this opportunity to prepare for the next time something like this comes around, like for autonomous vehicle pilots. It's just going to keep coming back. But yes, disclosure is something maybe we could do, and an evaluation of exactly how the data are being handled. What's the stewardship of these data? And do we get to know if it changes, if the company changes?
But if we at the city don't get any data,
yeah,
from the secret permit doesn't tell us anything, how are we supposed to protect the people of the city?
I think that is the key question, how to give our whole digital infrastructure framework, which is kind of well thought out. People work really hard on that, kind of oversight over these third-party type agreements through licensing, possibly through regulation, is something we need to look at. Maybe not in time for this pilot.
Given that the province has given this private company permission to run these cameras in a large chunk of the city, how do you propose that we tell people that their privacy is at risk?
Well, can we ask each of these to be clearly labeled, like with a QR code or signs throughout the pilot space? I don't know.
Remembering that the province has given us no say, and Magna hasn't shown up.
Yes, Magna hasn't shown up.
No, so what else do you think we could do? Or should do?
I will think about it, but I think signage throughout the public realm where this is taking place is something, but I think we could also, we need to kind of evaluate and communicate the risks independently through the city's own channels.
Right. Do you agree with my colleague, Deputy Mayor Cole, that we should just leave it to the company?
I mean, I think the company does have responsibility, but I don't know if we can rely on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor, have you got a question? Have you got a question on this? If
I'm just wondering whether I'm going to ask Luke to defer this.
Yeah, but we're on questions right now, not deferral. So you don't have any questions. Where I do have a question, so you have to come back up. Sorry. This is reminiscent of a larger project as well. I think the sidewalk, you'd referred to that, where the data was going to be collected and then sent to the US, basically, with Google. And the city had done a lot of work around how that data could be protected. Can you just give us a really quick, how far did we get on that, and how any of it could maybe apply here in this circumstance? And who should we be directing that to at the city?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I am not an expert in this, and maybe other speakers can speak to this, but there were various steps like requiring the data be housed in Toronto and not cross borders, requirements around anonymization, governance over the auditing capabilities, as far as I recall. I think that the confusion around this is, there are terms and conditions the company has posted on the website about how it intends to treat the data, but that is not a kind of a terms and conditions we consent to. And we don't know if they can change, unilaterally, if the province has to agree, that we don't know anything.
Okay, thank you.
And so having somebody who really understands this, like the privacy commissioner, together with the city's very capable technology services team, I think could
So
dig into
this kind of paints the picture that this is a Canadian company doing business, et cetera. But actually, would you consider that there's a lot of US company that's involved in this pilot? That
For sure.
I don't know if it's a consortium or a new business that's been set up. Can you?
Yeah, no, there's a pre-existing relationship with Uber, and where this is all going, of course, is to be able to replace people on bikes with robotic vehicles. But Magna is obviously a multinational corporation. It has a much bigger footprint in the US than it does in Canada, even though it's headquartered in Aurora, and they definitely partner with third parties to produce software like this. It's important to dig into. I think there's a risk.
And so we don't really know the data that's being collected in the facial recognition data. Is that legal here in Toronto to replace that?
That's a good question. But I do know that they do want to keep facial data unblurred because they need to interpret gaze direction and expression to predict people's movements in a public realm. We don't know how long they keep that, or.
Should there be consent when you're having this kind of surveillance?
We've seen in the States already examples of how autonomous vehicles data can be used by, for instance, law enforcement. These very quickly become sensitive and political questions. So I think it's, especially, there's lots of people who pass through a public realm who have different levels of risk, different levels of ability to be able to consent, that, it makes sense. To be able to opt out, at least.
Great, thank you. To opt out, you're suggesting. You have to be able to opt out.
Opt
You said, "I
out,
don't
ask
want
for
my
your
data
data to
collected."
be deleted, just kind of basic things, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is, sorry, thank you. Our next speaker is Ilya Krenyan. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello to members of council and to staff. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Ilya. I'm a resident of Ward 11 and an engineer from the University of Toronto. The reason we wear iron rings on our pinkies is not just to tell everyone we know technology and math. It is to remind ourselves that we have a duty to steward technology towards the service of society. This pilot does the opposite. It violates all reasonable principles of privacy and consent. It exploits our commons and communities to mostly enrich US megacorporations, and we, including all of us in this room, should be acting on it. Let me start by quoting directly from Magna's privacy policy with regards to this project. They say, 1, that it'll monitor the faces of everybody who passes by to increase safety by using it to evaluate where a pedestrian intends to walk. So they are collecting faces. Number 2 is that it'll collect and retain identifying information as implied by them saying that they will later take steps to properly anonymize or de-identify it. If those steps are taken later, that means that at the outset, they are not. Number 3, they say they will retain said data as long as necessary in order to develop and validate new technology and/or to improve the self-driving vehicle experience. So basically, however long they want. This is a new level of privacy breach beyond even what we saw with Sidewalk Labs, because people in Sidewalk Labs know the neighborhood they are living in. In this case, they are driving cameras into other neighborhoods, into our neighborhoods, to collect identifying information without nearly enough public awareness for consent to be granted. I know our narrative is that we have no power to stop this, that this is a provincial piece of legislation, but we do have the power to create an environment of consent, which requires people to be aware of what it is that they are being subject to. We have high in sugar labels on trail mix. We have bad for your lung labels on cigarettes. We have this might explode labels on aerosols, which are far, far more benign products than what we are about to release onto our streets. These cars should all have big labels that say, this car is collecting your face, and a QR code to find out more. If Magna is against this, then they know what they are doing is wrong. Again, we know that we cannot necessarily compel them in this moment to do this. We can put up signage in our neighborhood. We can reach out through our channels. We can let people know what is happening in their neighborhoods. You will likely hear the following arguments in favor of this pilot and others like this. 1, you're being a Luddite, don't stand in the way of progress. 2, Magna is a Canadian company, why do you hate business? And 3, for us to compete with US companies, we need to let ours operate with similar impunity. As a technologist, this is all wrong-headed thinking. Progress is not about what the next gadget is and how quickly we can release it onto our streets. It's about improving our lives. We should not compete with US companies in an arms race of how thoroughly and quickly we can exploit the commons, of which our data is one. We should instead forge a more meaningful form and definition of progress, how well we can support our society, and how much the commons and the public flourishes as a result. But let's also think about who will ultimately benefit should this pilot and further technology come to pass. It's not our restaurants and communities. Talk to restaurant owners, the vast majority of them will say that these companies have squeezed their margins and destroyed their businesses and the communities that exist around them. It's not our delivery workers who are currently already being deeply economically exploited. Their jobs are shaped in the shape of robots, and these are the robots that are coming to replace them. And it's not even Canadian companies, though Magna is one, as we say, they operate elsewhere, and they are really up downstream in the supply chain. The companies that will benefit, as always, are Uber and Lyft. They are the holders of the network. They make the money, they squeeze everybody else in the ecosystem, they will replace and further economically disenfranchise many of the most vulnerable in our society and in our city, and they will benefit from showing that they have deployed self-driving cars in international, snowy Toronto, something that they have yet to succeed in. Right now, yes, there is self-driving technology deployed in the States, but it's all in Phoenix or in San Francisco or in places where it's flat and they don't have snow. They are going to get a stock bump simply from saying that there is self-driving delivery deployed in Toronto. And they don't even have to be the ones to do it. As we know, Magna works with them. At bare minimum, Our faces should be anonymized immediately as they enter Magna's database, and clear declaration and warning of information collection should be given to everyone who sees one of these bots. But deeper thought of how we develop technology in the public realm in Toronto is essential and urgent. We do not have to copy San Francisco. We do not have to copy New York. We do not have to copy the United States. We can forge our own definition of a pro-social technological progress, and don't let them tell you otherwise. Please act to protect our public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Sachs.
Ilya, thank you for your excellent presentation. So I agree with you that these things should carry very large warnings on them. Your data is being seized by this company for profit and sent to the US.
Yes.
But since we can't do that, what do you think we should do instead?
We have lampposts, and these things look very, very identifiable. You put on them and saying, like, activists do this all the time, and they don't have nearly the power of a city, right? You can put up papers just throughout a neighborhood and say, if you see a car like this, it is collecting your data, QR code, find out more, and this is where you can go to de-anonymize yourself. You don't need everybody to see it. People talk to each other, right? Like, you have a small proportion of more highly civically engaged citizens in any given neighborhood. If you just let those people know and you put that throughout a neighborhood, enough people will know, and at the very least, this will be done with awareness, such that if they choose to scale out this technology, this will no longer be an item with 4 speakers on it before the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. It'll be something that our society knows about.
Right. Would you like to see a city sign outside the deployment center warning people about the safety, congestion, and privacy risks?
Yes, where is the deployment center?
At DuPont and Christie.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea.
Right. Can you, what other suggestions do you have for how we let people know about this abuse?
This specific abuse or general, like, privacy collection by corporations?
Well, I'm talking about this particular project.
I would imagine that if, just thinking off the top of my head, if you were to connect with the gig workers unions, the people who are going to be replaced and antagonized by this technology, they will be perfectly happy to either like distribute some flyers or carry around like any kinds of stickers saying, hey, they're looking to replace us with robots. I think that would be a fantastic partnership for this city to take on, and an innovative and creative one. But in general, you have the power to go into papers, both like the local papers that exist within these within the wards being affected by this. I know you write in the Annex Gleaner. I'm sure the folks at the Gleaner would be very curious about what's happening in their streets. But yeah, also more mainstream outlets and speak to it. I know we sometimes want to avoid a more antagonistic relationship with our province, and that we seek to collaborate in these ways. And yet it is our duty, the duty of people in this chamber, to protect our public. And when the public is being used mostly to profit US mega corporations, we can let people know. So there's a distributed on-the-ground strategy that can happen, and also top-down in the media from the people in this very room.
Thanks for the excellent suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you for your deputation. I just wondered, have you shared your comments with the province?
I have not.
Okay, just given that they have imposed this on the City of Toronto, I would suggest that you also share your concerns because you are a voter.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. They don't have nearly as nice a forum as the one that y'all present, so we appreciate you guys being more open than they tend to be.
Is that your last question? I just wonder, who's using these? Are there companies that you know about that are contracted? So is it anybody who's going to be using these in those 4 wards, or are there particular companies that have already signed on for delivery?
So to my understanding, this pilot is one where Magna is simply like piloting these bots. I don't think that they are currently plugging into a network, but generally Magna has plugged into Uber's network. So if they do start running these deliveries, it will likely be through Uber, but right now this is a technology pilot. Generally
So there's
speaking,
no deliveries, it's just testing.
I won't speak from authority, but that is how it's being framed. Yes.
I'll ask the staff. So in
Please.
your opinion, it's not like you can now get a pizza in your ward? Okay, so you're unaware that there are companies or anyone who's signed on to this delivery system?
I'm personally unaware,
Okay.
but just to say that the historical trend in the US and elsewhere is that regardless of who is the technology provider, it is
Correct.
these large network owning companies that are the ones who they connect with. And apart from, I think, Skip the Dishes, this is all from the States.
Yes, so we're just going to clarify then, who's going to be delivering what?
Yes.
At this point, we're unclear.
Yes.
Somebody knows, all right.
Somebody should know. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the next deputant, which is Kasir Hain, to come up.
Hello, everyone. Hello, committee. Hello, councilors. I am Kasir Heen. I am a resident of University Rosedale, and I'm here because of the concerns that me and my fellow deputants have around the pilot project that is being run by Magna International about the automated vehicles which they are planning to drive around certain neighborhoods of Toronto. My main concerns today center around privacy concerns and wage fairness. So in terms of privacy, as mentioned by my colleagues, Magna plans to store facial data to train their self-driving vehicles. And per their privacy policy in terms of use, it is unclear how long they plan to store that data. As they say, it is as long as necessary, which can mean, which means that they define the terms for how long they want to store the data. I find it difficult to believe that this data cannot be stored in a way that anonymizes the data and protects the privacy of the individuals who are being recorded. And in addition to this, they do state they don't sell personal data, but they may provide information to law enforcement and other third parties as required by law. But I have questions around the oversight that surrounds those questions. People don't like being spied on, and I'm not sure if you're aware of the protests that are happening across the US right now, but in Los Angeles, many protesters have set fire to Waymo autonomous self-driving vehicles, in part because of the concerns they have around the potential role that Waymo is playing in aiding law enforcement to monitor the populace. And as mentioned previously, this raises many questions around informed consent and how we can do that appropriately. I understand this is being imposed on us by the province, but there are ways we can get around it, as Ilya mentioned. And my second main concern is around wage fairness. So automated vehicle companies like Magna, like Uber, have a history of treating their workers unfairly by skirting labor regulations. They call their workers independent contractors, who then have to provide their own vehicles and pay for their own expenses, and companies like Uber get away with not having to pay very much for these contractors. How do we ensure that Magna's workers do not become exploited over time as self-driving vehicles, assuming they continue to develop, as these vehicles continue to proliferate? As autonomous vehicle monitoring becomes centralized in Magna's operational centers, how do we ensure that their workers are being treated fairly? Innovation does not have to come at the cost of privacy and unfair treatment and unfair labor. We can innovate as the city while also keeping the quality of life that we have developed instead of sacrificing it in the name of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Sachs?
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Again, my question is, given that the province is forcing us to do this through a secret permit, what do you suggest that we do? I mean, short of setting these things on fire, which I hope doesn't happen in Toronto.
Right.
What other options do we have that you would like to see us follow?
I would like maybe, I don't know if this exists, but to develop a framework for these sorts of pilots in the future so that, you know, if Ontario tries to impose something like this, at least we can say, hey, we do have standards for when this kind of thing comes up, right? And this is, it's a good thing this is a pilot project because it's also a pilot of the privacy practices that we can establish here in Toronto.
We already have good privacy protection. The province doesn't care and doesn't follow it.
Okay.
So what else would you like us to do?
Then in that case, I think informed consent of basically everyone in the neighborhoods that are going to be tested on. I think that's very important. And, you know, maybe that can be a way for us to build momentum towards getting our voice heard for the province to hear us.
Again, because you're being practical.
Yeah.
No one's consent is required. What do you suggest we should actually do?
I'm suggesting that switching topics somewhat, the bike lane removals also imposed on us by the province, right? And I remember there being a motion to put signs up that would say, this bike lane removal is courtesy of the Ontario government. I wonder if we can do something similar for Meghaln.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly going to ask staff of a question, but I mean, I really think your point, people don't like being spied on.
Mm-hmm.
And people especially don't like being spied on for private profit.
Yeah.
How do we get that message out to the people who are going to be spied on through this process?
I think that could be a question of wording of the signs that we might use, or the copy of the website that we might link to if there's like a QR code that you scan here.
Okay.
I think that stating it in a way that's clear that your rights to privacy are being violated while being somewhat neutral, because you have to, I think that is probably going to be very effective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Chernos Lynn, anyone else? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for being here today. Our last deputant is Akhil Puri. Is Akhil, he's on, pardon me? Great, thank you very much. So there you are, nice to see you online, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akhil, and I'm a permanent resident of Canada since the last 3 years. I live near the harbourfront. I very much resonate with everything all the other deputants have shared before me. This is my first time appearing before the committee, and I'm only here because 2 days ago, my friend Ilya, who just spoke a few minutes ago, told me about this bill. And I was so concerned that this is the way that I, as a resident, am finding out about something like this, which is going to take place without my consent. And, you know, in most technology that we end up using, consent is anyway a farce. Like, the terms are written in such legalese and such, such long pages, like nobody bothers to read them. We have no idea what is happening with our data. But this goes a level further. Like, I'm not even signing up for this technology, and my face is going to get scanned. And it's easy to justify it, saying that the data is needed for deciding whether people are going to cross the street or what their intent is, etc. That's well and good, but why not anonymize it? Why not delete it later? Like, they don't even state that in their policy. Forget that if they state it, but they enforce it later or not. Like, they don't even have the intent of doing these kind of basic practices. no idea whether they're going to combine the information that they collect with other data sets or whether they will sell it to others. Um, I've been working in the tech industry for the last 10 years. I am very much pro technology, but the threat of a technology driven surveillance state, it's not science fiction in these days. We all know what is happening across the border in the US. Uh, Big tech firms like Palantir have combined multiple data sets to uh, build complex profiles on people, and they're now being used by the government to crack down on free speech. This is not an alarmist bent of mind anymore. This is the reality that we live in today. And Canada is, of course, not US, but we have seen how quickly a slide into authoritarianism can happen. So we don't want another enabler of that in our midst, especially not without consent. I mean, how is the common citizen supposed to find out about this? 99.9% of the people will never know this is what is going on. Um, and and I hear you that you're saying that it's being imposed on us by the province, and we, at best, maybe some of what we can do is make people aware, but we really need to have a larger conversation about how we can use this technology to help people rather than really harm them. I don't believe saying that our technology doesn't work without this data is the right answer. They just don't want to bear the costs of doing things in the right manner, because it squeezes profits. So I don't think we should fall for that rhetoric that is coming from the technology companies. I am here because I left my home country, India, because of the rise of an authoritarian government, and there was crackdown on free speech. I do not want Canada to become a technologically surveillance-enabled state as well. So I'm just hoping that you will do whatever you can in your power to make people aware and ensure that this is not the yet another step in a slippery slope that we're sliding down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Diane? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, again, thank you for your comments. I have the same question. Given that this... Try that again. I have the same question I've asked the other deputants. Given that the province is forcing this on us under a secret permit, what exactly are you asking us to do?
Great question, Councillor, and I think the other deputants before me made some excellent suggestions in terms of some things that we can put up on signposts, whether we can do press releases, whether we can share information about this in the media. Because this is really about starting a larger conversation and having a nationwide policy and enforcement on these kind of technologies. AI is here to stay, big data is here to stay. We need to ensure that these kind of things are done in a systemic manner, which does not harm the citizens. This should not even be a conversation that we need to have, that you as the city council have had this forced on you, and that I as a resident am having to think of what might be the appropriate answer to this, right? Like there needs to be a larger framework around this. So I don't think this can be a piecemeal conversation, because that's a losing battle. I am here only by chance. This is a meeting that takes place on a working day, 9:30 a.m. Most people are never going to make it over here to have their voices heard on most matters, right? So probably we even need to have a larger conversation about how to make these things accessible to the general public in terms of any law that we discuss, right? So yeah, I hope we can start a larger conversation around this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Oh, thank you very much. He's gone.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take this into committee for questions of staff. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Questions for staff. I have checked with Mr. Pasternak that I'm allowed to ask what's not in the secret permit. So my questions are about things that are not in the secret permit. So can you confirm, please, that nothing in the secret permit requires Magna International itself to have ownership and liability for this device? They're allowed to put it in a subsidiary.
I'm not entirely clear on the question, Councillor. Could you
Okay.
please repeat?
My question is, do you agree that there's nothing in the secret permit that requires Magna International itself to have ownership and liability for this device?
Through the chair, the automated vehicle pilot regulation under the Highway Traffic Act requires for the owner of the vehicle, that in this case would be Magna International.
Well, check the permit, please, before you say that.
The permit requires that Magna comply with all applicable provincial law, which includes all of the terms in the Highway Traffic Act pilot regulation and the HTA at large.
Right. Ms. Neese, I would ask you again to check the permit. I've read the
Sorry,
permit.
do you need to go in camera?
All right, I guess we need to go in
No, I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to know if you'd like to go in camera to ask about details
I mean,
in
it
the
seems
confidential documents, Councillor Sachs, yes?
Right, I have clarified with Mr. Pasternak, I'm allowed to ask what's not in it, and this is one of the things that's not in it, but if staff need time to review the permit again in order to answer the questions accurately, we can stand it down, or we can go into committee, into closed session.
Just going to ask legal to confer on that. I see Mr. Pasternak is here.
The councillor's statement's accurate.
Councillor statement's accurate that you can ask about that, all right?
If
I've
it's
just
not
stopped
included
the
in the
time for a minute. Pardon?
Yeah, through the chair, if the information is not part of the confidential material, then it's acceptable to ask questions about it.
And there's a number of critical things that are not in this permit, which I want to ask about, but I'm going to ask that we stand it down for Ms. Neese to review it again.
You're asking to stand the item down?
Stand the item down, yes.
So that legal can review that?
Legal can review it, Ms. Neese
Okay,
can review the permit.
Counselor?
Yes,
I'm
please.
asking you, you would like to stand this down to
Please.
give staff a chance to review the questions that you're asking?
Correct.
Thank you. So I will do that, we'll hold that, and then our city legal can confer, and we'll bring this back later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stood down, thanks. Okay, standing it down, we're good now. So that means we're going to come back to item 1, and we're going to go to item 2, which is the strategic parking framework. All right, are there questions of staff? Or there's a speaker? Just a second. No speakers, we just have a hold down here because we have questions of staff or we have motions. Go ahead. Who's got questions? Do you, Councillor?
Yes, I have a
Sachs?
question. I mean, my question is to the TPS is what can we do to get more effective parking enforcement? I am
Sorry,
deluged.
you're going to ask the TPS, so we'll have somebody come up that does
Yes,
parking
please.
enforcement, if that's okay, please. Thank you. Welcome. Can you tell us your name, please? Thank you very much, Dave.
Yes.
Councillor Sachs has a question.
Yeah. Mr. Armstrong, as you know, and I've discussed with Mr. Harrison, we're deluged with complaints about the lack of adequate parking enforcement. What options, and of course we have this very, very, very slow rollout of the automated license plate detectors. What options do we have to accelerate that and to generally improve parking enforcement? Let's start within my ward.
Well, some of the initiatives, and the city has asked us to do a rush hour blitz coming up, and we have organized that for the next 2-week period at the end of June. So that's organized with a high concentration in the downtown core, and that will be rolling out, and media release will be coming out shortly and is ready to go. We've also intensified some bike lane enforcement up on Bloor Street in the last week's time. So we are trying to redeploy critical assets into areas where are being identified by some of the councillors, yourself, and others to hit more strategic goals with our manpower. We have seen some improvement with our enforcement levels in certain areas. We are further developing, and we are bringing more manpower into the pipeline through our employment engagement to get a more wholesome amount of officers out there into these areas. So I think by focusing on rush hours, school zones, bike lanes, and being, more purpose-driven, I think we can expand into those areas very rapidly. So I think we're doing everything we can at this point to re-engage officers into those key areas and try to keep our overall enforcement up. So we are challenged with over 230,000 calls for service every year from residents, large-scale commercial, on top of all the other layers that we do. So we've got a fairly complex operation, but we certainly do see the need to, hit on those critical areas such as bike lanes, rush hours, and I think we've done that. The rush hours especially, we've done that for many, many years. The bike lanes, we definitely have more work to do. Technology will aid us in that. It's a large development piece. It's not an out-of-box solution. We've now met with Montreal and some of the other jurisdictions. It's in development, and Montreal has been developing it over some time. So it's going to take us a while to get up to speed on that, but we are on that track, and we're working hard to get that up and be a part of our toolkit. So I think it's really about focusing our manpower where, the city priorities are.
You're aware that the community bikeways monitored the Bloor bike lane for, I think, 168 hours of vehicles constantly blocking the bike lane, never saw a single ticket, not one.
Okay, so as we spread our officers out across a very large city and with the demands of the city, we have a very large engagement across the city. So in answer to your question about Bloor Street specifically, in fact, we got some feedback from the cycling store just in the last couple of days, thanking us for specifically targeting that area. Our enforcement level has been up, and I think, again, that was engaged through advice from you. So we're working with our partners to try and hit those points, and we've also got some more information back in the last couple of days about a problem time period with a particular store. So we have now engaged a couple of more officers to try and deal with that. So this is, as these bike lanes expand, these problems will multiply, and we'll have to re-engage and look for information from our partners to focus our officers where we're going to have the biggest impact. Okay. They're very large areas, and so I think when we find those hot spots, then that's where we need to be, and I think we'll continue to work on that.
Well, we've reported them over and over again since people died, but given the enormous number of competing demands for the police, does it make sense for the police to be responsible for parking enforcement? Does that compete with your other duties? Does this make sense going forward?
No, actually, my experience over 23 years with parking enforcement in the Toronto Police, I think the partnership between the different roles actually work very well. When we look at the public complaints that come in and the way we can mitigate that progression to, like, police officers having to attend in those public situations, we mitigate a lot of impact on the overall service by dealing with those complaints. I ran a program on Queen Street.
Sorry, I'm going to break into you because your timing's running out.
Yeah. So
don't the parking enforcement officers pay for themselves in the ticket revenue? Wouldn't the city make money by having more officers to get better enforcement?
Oh, I think that, if you're looking at the revenue side of it, yes, parking enforcement is a very revenue positive situation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions for TPA and to follow up sort of on the enforcement piece, but also on the accuracy of our understanding of demands within the parking lots. We've recently had quite a number of lots declared surplus in my ward, and we're getting some frustration from the community about that. And so my question is, was there a jurisdictional review conducted to learn about emerging technologies that can be used to ensure patrons are in fact paying for parking? And if so, what findings came from that review as it relates to our own practices?
So we've just gone through an RFP process that we're currently just getting to the end of, and we engaged an RFI, of course, and that drew jurisdictional information from different companies throughout different jurisdictions. And the commonality from what I saw in most of those was the development piece. So whether it was Pittsburgh or whether it was, there was a fairly long development piece because each jurisdiction is very unique. So to put it in a short answer, I believe that there was a jurisdictional review within that RFI, which has led us to basically two components or two participants now in the final review, and we should be getting to proof of concept within the next 6 weeks. And hopefully the outcome of that will start us down the path towards, advancing technology, but it is a fairly large development piece. You're looking at geocoding of the city. There's a number of very huge pieces that involve many departments in the city of Toronto. We don't stand alone in this. And I think there's an assumption that parking is very one-dimensional. And I'm going to just say, over 23 years in my former backgrounds, it is not. It is actually very complex. The city's very complex, and we have to be a part of that. And the complexity really needs to be looked at as you build this out. And the Toronto Police Service, I believe, has done a phenomenal job in the parking realm and working with traffic services, right? And we still have the same manpower that we had 10, 15 years ago. This city's getting bigger and bigger and more complex. So I think that in a nutshell, that's interesting. And the technology is only hitting today with ALPR. It's only in really development. No city has mastered it to the nth degree. Many jurisdictions, Montreal, I think it's been almost 2 years, and they're just getting to the point where I think they're gonna start rolling it out for production. So I think that's an indication of, it's a great potential, and we're good developers. Once we get our hands on it, what we did with our handheld technology in Toronto has been used in many jurisdictions. We were the big developer with Genetec, right, which is the company that supplies. We did a lot of that development, and most jurisdictions use that handheld device. So I think it shows that we have that development piece.
That's great, and I appreciate that. I know there are some jurisdictions, maybe a little bit further outside of the jurisdictional scan that's been looked at, that have gotten quite far advanced in terms of sort of the lot monitoring and being able to assess number of vehicles in, number of vehicles out, as well as who's paying. And a recent trip to Taiwan illuminated that for me, so I'll leave that with you.
If I could make one more comment, I think
I'm just going to also try to squeeze in 2 more questions, and I only have 1 minute.
Yeah.
So if I can just take that for a moment. One of the important pieces for my community in this report on page 16, it highlights that TPA will advance partnerships with Metrolinx for GO Station to incentivize mode shifts to transit. As we're talking about, the city is growing exponentially over the last number of years, and that is part of our overall strategy. Can you describe what this will look like in further detail in terms of that partnership with Metrolinx at GO stations?
Sorry, I'm not sure that's a question for the police, Councillor Morley.
This one's for TPA, sorry.
Oh, it's for TPA, that's correct, not TPS.
Yeah, I'm not the TPA.
That's right. So TPA or Transportation Services, here we have that.
Yeah, happy to take that. Through the chair, we have had some discussions with Metrolinx about potentially operating their inventory of parking. They've got plus 60 different facilities across the region and 60,000 parking spaces. We'd love to get in there and operate the parking and introduce bike share and EV charging for them. So that's
great. Is
the
that
general concept.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you for responding. I just want to make sure I know I'm speaking with, and that's very helpful. I'd love to circle up offline. I think that would be a great opportunity for the city and for residents. And I'm over time. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any other questions?
Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
Thank you.
Who's your question to?
It's to staff. I'm not really sure
Okay,
who on
go
staff
ahead.
would answer this, but in the report, action F1.2 reads, consider delegation of certain decision-making authorities to the Parking Advisory Committee. And I guess I'm wondering, that's a kind of a vague, just sort of a bit vague, and I'm wondering what kind of decisions we would be considering to delegate to the Parking Advisory Committee.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. The consultants who helped us with this overall strategy recognized that in a number of other jurisdictions there, because as my colleague from police has indicated, the parking's complicated and there's a lot of different decisions that get rolled through various boards. We have the council, we've got the police board, we've got the TPA board, TTC board, a lot of different pieces. But our infrastructure and our environment for this, I think, is quite complicated, which is why we kept that pretty high level. We do see the value of the Parking Advisory Committee having all of those representatives that helped to put the strategy together to be able to kind of hone and bring information forward to the council for decisions, but I'm not sure that we will get to a point where the advisory committee has any other authorities other than the entities that govern all of those decisions, like TPA board and the council, et cetera. So I think that's why we kept that recommendation a bit general. We do think there needs to be sort of one entity like the City Building Committee that's having more involvement and oversight on parking so that it can bring more refined and coordinated recommendations to these governing bodies. But I think it would be very challenging to try to take the authority away from the existing committees that are in place.
So is what you're saying that you kept this vague because you're not going to do what it suggests?
We're going to pursue it. We're going to take a look at what we can do to try to streamline it, but we think that that Parking Advisory Committee in and of itself is going to be very valuable in bringing more coordinated responses back to the governing bodies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just follow up on that. Councillor Cole, do you have a question? No. Delegated authority, are you fine with having that removed, and you can report back on what delegated authorities you'd like to have, because those are currently our authorities?
That would be fine, yeah.
Could you draft that motion for me, please,
Sure.
and send it to the clerk? Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions to Toronto Police. We have two types of parking enforcement. One is not paying, and the other is illegal. So parked in the bike lane, parked in the rush hour, those are illegal parking times, not allowed.
No stopping offenses.
No stopping, no standing, and then you have the other, not paying. So you do see those as two different things?
I mean,
Technically, they are.
they're all bylaw offenses.
Yes,
in
they're
a sense.
bylaw offenses, but
they're
holding
different-
up traffic
different
for
goals.
congestion at
Yeah.
rush hour
Yeah.
is different than not paying at the meter, correct?
I would agree with that to the point that if you manage the on-street paid parking correctly, that can also cause, if you do not manage that enforcement correctly, it can cause congestion.
Yes, but if you're
so there-
parked, that means you're parked illegally if you're not parked in the times that are signed for the TPA. So I think we'd agree on
think
that.
it's
Thank
just a
you.
little bit different, yeah.
And if I asked you for the 10 hotspots for, first of all, who can ticket? Only parking enforcement or any officer can ticket for illegal parking?
So we have.
Not paid parking, illegal parking,
So
in the
if we-
bike lane, in the rush hour, who can ticket?
Okay, so basically, the Toronto Police Service parking enforcement officers conduct rush hour, bike lanes, anything on road.
Understand.
There are some exceptions for TTC supervisors have been allotted certain abilities.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can any officer ticket, or is it only parking enforcement officers that can ticket rush hour bad parkers?
You're talking about TPS members?
I'm talking about any TPS member that's,
No, they would all have the ability to write
they
a,
all have the ability to write a ticket. So it wouldn't be left up to parking enforcement, your parking enforcement unit, to call to say there's somebody in the bike lane or somebody's there in the morning, 7 to 9, and they're impeding all kinds of traffic.
No, that comes through parking enforcement.
Yes, but how could that be expedited? I'm going to ask you that, because if you're waiting on parking enforcement during rush hour, is that not something for the congestion plan that really should be a little more, let's get those people towed, let's get them here, let's get them out of the way? For any officer, let's say at the division level.
I think that that's a conversation that has to be had, as I work in the parking enforcement unit
Okay,
specifically, so I
so
think it's a
that would be
discussion
something that should be had on a broader level as to how to make sure that everybody's being deployed around congestion quickly with that. And do your officers have quotas? Everybody believes you have parking quotas, and you're saying no?
No, we look at peer review, right?
Peer
We
review
analyze,
means,
we
are
analyze
you-
statistics
what does
and
that
look
mean?
at peer review.
What does that
We
mean?
look at basically statistics that we generate over periods of time for areas, and we basically look at those numbers and review officers based on peer review. Right?
And what kind
There
of
was not a
discretion
quota.
do you give your parking enforcement officers for permit parking?
Discretion?
Yes.
If the car is committing an offense, I would expect it to be written a tag. I mean, if there was an emergency situation or something, yes, officers have discretion in any situation, but should be applied with common sense. I mean,
So just permit parking, you're dropping your groceries, you're dropping your child, that you're assuming that there'll be discretion used there.
generally there is discretion. We write over, I guess, 1.82 million tags last year, and the amount of complaints we get in that vein would be nominal.
We won't do a deep dive there, but I could in my ward. And I'm just interested from transportation for the Parking Advisory Committee, when you say delegate some authority, what kinds of authorities are you thinking about? Decision-making taken away?
Yeah, to you, Chair, I think that recommendation is one that, again, we kept in there because the consultants that did the assessment saw that helped to streamline some of the decision-making in other cities, and our recommendation to them was that our different authorities that are granted either through this committee, the police board, the TPA board, the TTC board, are not likely authorities we're going to mess with or try to change or recommend changing, which is why I support the removal of that through this motion that we're in the process of writing for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're moving to speakers. Any speakers? Yes, Councillor Sachs.
I have a motion. As everybody knows, I have very serious, oh, sorry. I've got to change my gears here, mental gears. Yeah, there's my motion. Well, we need better parking enforcement. I do acknowledge that after many calls and emails and frantic pleas didn't work, I had a direct meeting with the local police and with the cycling advocacy groups, looking at the forthcoming one-year anniversary of the death of the young woman who was killed on Bloor Street because of the dumpster that was put in the bike lane. And again, somebody else died in my ward 2 blocks from that in April last year. There were 3 cycling deaths in my ward last year, all because we don't have enough enough safe bike lanes, and when they're created, we don't protect them. So the biggest risk to safety in it's not just the bike lanes, but the bike lanes are a really big thing. We don't have enough room on the road. We've talked over and over about congestion. One of the only solutions we have to congestion is to let people get around by transit, on foot and bike, and that means we have to give them safe ways to do it. And setting up, we go to all this effort and money and grief to set up the bike lanes, and if they're not kept clear for cyclists, then we didn't do any good. And I know the police is very busy, and we've had 2 reports from the Auditor General's office that anything that the police don't have to do, the police shouldn't do. That we should take away unnecessary burdens from the police so they can do the things we need them to do, so that we do get emergency response in a reasonable time, which is still not happening. So I really liked the idea of asking the parking authority to take this over, but I understand there isn't support for that. So if we're stuck with the police doing it, we need a way to get this done better. And it can't be a financial issue because parking enforcement makes money for the city. And so it should. There's a lot of appetite that I hear from my constituents, instead of just seeing property taxes go up, that penalties for illegal behavior should go up, and that should be paying for some of the services and some of the protection that we need. So, pleading and begging, Peter robbing Paul, pulling resources from one place to another isn't a good overall solution. We need something better, more comprehensive, and planned. The automatic license plate detectors, I was told, was the answer. In 2023, we got a motion approved by council to go ahead urgently with those automated license plate detectors. And here we are coming into the summer of 2025, and we don't have them. We don't have any date for having them, even though they're already used by the police for other purposes, and other services use them. And so there just doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency in the police, in the parking enforcement, for making infrastructure safe, especially where it relates to Vision Zero, things that kill people. So we need to get the Police Services Board attention to this. And it can't just be one counselor calling and begging and calling and begging and calling and begging. We need a more comprehensive solution, and that's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morley, you have a motion. Did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If staff could display the motion. I appreciate the work here, and certainly, as was mentioned, parking is not a one-dimensional thing. As a representative for sort of semi-suburban ward in the city of Toronto that is deeply reliant on cars still to this moment, it is really important that as we make changes to parking accommodations within the city, and as we monitor the demands related to parking accommodations, that we're doing that in partnership and collaboration with those most impacted. So the motion before you reads: the City Council requests Parking Advisory Committee, which is comprised of divisions and agencies who manage parking portfolios, work with local business improvement areas and/or local councillors to develop solutions to address parking needs and concerns. This is a very live issue in my ward at this moment, and again, appreciate the work of staff, but I do think this is a helpful piece to ensure that we're looking into the future with the key stakeholders and getting to the right kind of solutions for individual communities. So I'll leave it there again, and appreciate support from colleagues on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors to speak? Councillor? No other councillors? Thank you. I will speak. And I do have a couple of motions. I think Ms. Gray has sent that motion. Thank you so much. Oh, it's almost there. And now it's here. We'll put up the first one. Thank you for your quick work. First one being to delete recommendation 2, which is to transfer all of the parking from parking enforcement at TPS over to TPA. And I think there's a second one. Thank you. Thank you to our clerk and our staff for such quick work on this. And is that the motion? That's the motion from Ms. Gray, delete item F1.2 from the strategic parking framework, which is the delegation of authority to the Parking Advisory Committee. So I think I'll just speak to both of them. I think that Councillor Morley's motion on the advisory committee is great because it's kind of giving a direction on things to do. And then, of course, the authority to make those changes would come back to community council or to council. So that's something I believe we all feel strongly about, to make local decisions locally. I just want to say on this one, I think it's important that we not quickly move anything, but I do support you, Councillor Sachs, in order to have what I'll just say, better integrated parking enforcement. and for the coordination between your unit and also the local divisions, because I think we've gotten to a place where everybody thinks that's just for parking enforcement, whereas when you're looking on a street and you're in my ward in Gerrard Street in the morning, if there are 3 cars that are holding up all that traffic, then I think that is also something local division needs to care about, because it is creating congestion when that happens, particularly at rush hours. And I do feel there's 2 types of parking. There's the not paying parking, and those of us who have a lot of permit parking, and I think most of us do have that here. I have all permit parking, and that is not paying your permit, or on-street parking, not paying that is a little different than being parked illegally and creating, I'll call them dangerous situations. And I think the Toronto Police would agree with that. It is a dangerous situation, and Councillor Sachs, you've pointed that out, to force somebody out of their bike lane into main traffic because something is parked there that should not be parked there and it's illegal. It's also an attitude problem that you think, oh, it's just a bike lane, I can park there, but the implications of that sometimes are very dire, as we've seen someone who was killed because of that situation. And so I think we do need to recognize that the big money is in permit parking, not paying parking, and our on-street parking, and maybe in our lots, but the real important piece is the illegal parking, holding up traffic throughout the city, whether it's downtown, whether it's anywhere in the city, and then creating unsafe conditions for all kinds of, whether it's drivers, pedestrians, or cyclists. That I believe needs to be a much higher value at this point. Absolutely. I do know I have looked at all the money at one point that comes in through parking enforcement for on-street parking, for permit parking, and those areas of the city that have on-street parking, that have permit parking, really, it's a cash cow for the city of Toronto. Other parts of the city don't have that configuration. But we also have the most bike lanes, we have the most difficult, we've got construction on narrow streets. So to me, enforcing the illegal parking is number one, and I would plead with you through this review that we also make that a priority for any officer that sees that kind of illegal behavior on the street, because it creates dangerous conditions. And of course, the police are all about keeping people safe, not allowing dangerous conditions. So with that, we have a number of motions for us today, and I will, yes, go ahead. Yep, both of your motions first. Oh, my motions are coming right here, thank you. And that is to delete item number 2. Do we have to vote on them separately? All right, all in favor? Opposed? You're opposed, thank you. Did you want a recorded vote? Or are you just okay to, okay, so we will have a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, can you undertake that, please? Take a vote and just call it. Oh, okay, those in favor of the motion, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Morley. Those opposed, Councillor Sachs. Thank you very much. That carries 4-1. And then there's the next motion, which is, there it is, to take out the consider delegation of certain decision-making authority. Thank you very much. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Next motion. Councillor Sachs' motion. This is trying to make things better, coming the end of, in the fall. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then Councillor Morley's motion for the Parking Advisory Committee to work locally. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And then the item as amended, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for your work on this. It's a major report. Thank you for TPS for being with us this morning, and all of our staff for that. And I'm just wondering if for item 1, sorry. Pardon me? I'm just going to ask. I'm just going to ask if staff are still, lawyers are still huddling, correct? Yes? You're talking or they're talking? Okay, we're just holding down item 1 then. Thank you. Let us know when you're finished talking. Thanks so much. We'll go to item number 3 now. Councillor Cole has a motion to defer that item, and I think that is item number 3. There are no speakers, and it is, just ask if there's any questions of councillors. There is a speaker. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. I'm sorry about that. Who's our speaker, please? Oh, Ilya Krenyan. You are going to speak about free-floating car share. Thank you very much. Welcome. Please come on up and have your 5 minutes.
Hello. Me again, this time speaking about a technology I'm very excited about. This is probably the opposite of the pilot that we were talking about, in that this is a Canadian company that is making transportation more equitable in an ethical way, using technology intelligently and in collaboration with the city. I just wanted to express my enthusiasm and the enthusiasm of everybody I know, people who are considering whether to move back to Toronto or whether to stay in Toronto, for the expansion of this pilot of car sharing throughout the city. This is one of the simplest and best things that we can do for the city that removes or reduces the need for people to own cars, which is both great for people who do want to own cars and reduce congestion and who have problems with parking, but also is just incredibly positive for anybody who wants to live in the city but not have to own a car. Expanding it to other parts of the city not only makes it so that it is useful to those who live in North York and the other places this will be expanded to, but also makes it more useful to those who are in downtown who can then park a car share elsewhere. So just letting you know that despite me being the only speaker here, this is something that would be super welcomed by folks all over the city of all demographics and of like all income levels. This just unilaterally makes our city better. Thank you for doing this. It is enthusiastically supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I do have a question for you, and it is currently car share. Yeah. We know where you live because you told us when you spoke earlier. So I know you live in an area that has permit parking, and therefore car share can be made available to you. But one of the requirements for car share is that it is only in areas where there is permit parking, and that doesn't exist in much parts of the city.
Yes.
Should we be looking at, without imposing permit parking throughout the city, ways that people that would like to have a car share could have it on those streets?
100%. I mean, like both using spots in existing parking lots, which is a thing that currently happens with car share, like opening up like specific like parts of like roadside areas that are specific to car share. But even on the permit parking front, I think like the argument that this will fill up permit parking in a way that makes it less available to existing residents is very, very short-sighted. Like they should want there to be more car share because then fewer people are going to use cars. This might not happen in 1 year, but the number of people I know who are not getting cars and therefore not further filling up the streets because of services like car share is really, really high. I know you don't see them. It's because they never end up getting a car.
Yeah, I guess, are you telling us that there's a generational issue here for car purchase and car use, that you're finding that people need access to a car because they're not, their goal in life isn't to own the car?
It's further than that. Their goal is to not own a car. It is like a positive. I would like to live in this city. Sometimes I need to drive. Sometimes I need to drive a little bit, like to go grocery shopping. Sometimes I need to leave the city for like a few days to, let's say, go camping. I don't want to have to own a car to do that. I don't want the headache of that. I don't want the cost of that. I don't want the emissions of that. I don't want to take up public resources for that. I don't want the car to be spending like 95% of its time just sitting in my driveway for that. I don't want to have a driveway for that. There's no enthusiasm towards that at all. And people who currently own cars should be very, very enthusiastic about my enthusiasm for not having a car, because that means I'm not taking up their road space. Car share, along with things like transit and bikes, is one of the single best and easiest ways without building any new infrastructure for letting that happen.
Thank you very much for speaking today.
Thank you.
So we will now bring this into committee. Any questions of staff? I don't think so. Speaker, did you have a question, Councillor?
I guess I do have a question for staff. I'm wondering how, what revenue we get from car share companies in terms of, do they pay us to park on the streets?
Through the chair, just over $1 million a year.
Sorry,
from one company.
Can't quite hear you. Could you?
Through the chair, we receive about just over $1 million a year from one car share company that operates under the free floating program, and that's Comunado.
Okay, thanks.
I'll ask a question because there were car share companies and they racked up a lot of parking tickets, and I think almost $1 million, and they didn't pay them and they left town. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, that used to be Cartago that was once in the city. They had a very bad reputation of parking everywhere, not paying their fines, and left Toronto. And they've had the same reception in other jurisdictions. So they've been pushed out in many jurisdictions.
And this relationship we have with Comunado is revenue positive for us, plus, as the deputant was talking about, gives people access to cars that they might not normally have, correct?
Yes, they do provide, a great service to the communities where it's needed. It's not just on-street car sharing that they bring, but they also look for opportunities off-street as well. They have 400 off-street locations. They're looking for both to complement.
And do we have any sense of what their demand is? Or I know that Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor, has a motion there, but where they're forecasting as they're sitting with their limit within permit parking, do they have areas that they know that people are asking to have car share that they're not able to deliver? Are you able to bring that information back to a further meeting of this committee?
We'll be able to bring that back in the fall when we bring back the report. Yeah, they do have a lot of areas in Midtown and north of there where there is no permit parking. There's quite a demand there as well. By this year, they have 700 permits just in permit parking areas. They're going to roll out 100 more permits by next year. They'll have a demand for over 1,000 permits, but they'd like to hit areas outside permit parking areas.
So, thank you. Councillor Cole, did you have any more questions?
Yeah, I just have a motion.
Please give us your motion.
The motion reads that I so move that the Infrastructure and Environment Committee defer item IE 22.3, revise free-floating car share program, and direct the General Manager of Transportation Service to report to the September 26th meeting, 2020-25 Environment Committee meeting on the findings of the consultations, including any possible solutions for identifying high demand areas that have taken place as part of the forthcoming supplementary report on the revised free floating car share policy, and I so move.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak to that?
Oh, just basically we want to ensure that we look at the possible needs that may be brought forth in the consultations where we could have some car sharing outside of the permit parking area of the city where there's a demand for this car sharing.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, I'll just have a few words here because I think it's been a highly successful program, and I did refer to the one that wasn't successful and left owing us a lot of money. We don't have that situation now. And I do want to thank Ilya for his deputation because he really did shine the light on there's a lot of, generationally, folks that aren't going to buy cars, own cars, but they want access to cars. So I really appreciate your motion today, Deputy Mayor, because we have to look at what's possible. Right now, the only way you can have a car share is if there's permit parking in that neighborhood. Are there other ways of having exclusions for car share in areas where there's high demand? And that would be a conversation with Comunado because they can't have orphaned cars in different places, but there may be high demand areas and a way to fix that for the number of people that would like to have that, which means that you don't have to have permit parking, which is some places extremely controversial. So can we find a solution? We normally can, so I hope that that can come back in September. With that, thank you very much. We will now take that to a vote. Councillor Cole's deferral motion with those instructions. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 4, we'll move along to that, and we have a deputant. We have Adam Roy Cahoon. I don't know if he's online or here. Online? Thank you very much. I will just get you up, Adam. There you are. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. I'm not sure we can hear you yet. Can you just wait 1 sec while we get your microphone? Your microphone's off. All right.
Now,
there we
now
go.
I've got it.
Now we can hear you. Okay. Thank you.
All right. What I am speaking on today is I am an individual with a disability, and I live near that King and Sackville PXO crossing. But my main concern as an individual with a disability that the city is still not looking at how we can use technology to make it so somebody like me can actually access those, because I can't physically push a conventional button. And pre-pandemic, it wasn't as much of an issue because it was easy to get bystanders to press those buttons. But since the pandemic, you'll get a lot of excuses like, oh, those aren't easy to press with your elbow, or I don't have Purell to wipe my hands. In other cities, they've already got technology that lets people in wheelchairs actually activate those buttons using an app on their smartphone. And usually the smartphones, even for somebody like me, we have nice working alternative navigation systems that let us use our smartphone independently, no matter what our physical function is like at that day or moment. So they are helpful, and stuff like this. There are even blind people I met from other cities that have little fobs on their white cane. So like cities like Toronto, they don't even have to worry about looking for the button. Their white cane, there's a little transponder that will send a signal to the crossing and let them know that they need the auditory chirps. And it was great when the city and a lot of the busier areas had the chirps on during the daytime and stuff, but slowly even the busiest intersections, they've made the chirps be one of those things that is only turned on optional. And the other thing is Walk Toronto, which I am also a member of, didn't send in a letter. I hope everyone reads that letter. But one of the things they were very concerned about was making sure the warrants are adjusted downward and that more places would actually get the painted zebra crossing rather than waiting till a death or severe accident happens at a key place where people have already shown they want a desire to be able to safely cross. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. I'll just note, so you may have heard me earlier say that I'm going to refer item 12, I know you're planning to speak on that, to the city manager so that the accessibility committee can be part of the snow review. I'll just ask you now if you still want to speak or you're okay to have that referred for that discussion with the consultant that is reviewing the winter operations.
I am okay, but I just want that wonderful documentation I sent to him, and I am gonna message the clerk that I do want them to follow up, and I do believe the accessibility advisory committee actually did look at this very item a few weeks ago. So just I do know that there will be a bigger review come this summer, but I just want to make sure that it isn't just a bunch of people aren't just playing hot potato back and forth, that if your committee isn't ready to look at the item, that management still look at all of the conversations we've had in the past few months on this issue, because it was brought up by other council members as emergency item, and I just think that instead of just pushing everything further down to this major review, that all the little pieces and concerns that have been brought up.
Thank you. I am going to refer it. So my question is, do you want to depute or you'll wait to hear from the consultant?
I will wait to hear
Okay.
from the consultant, but I would like them to contact
Yes,
me.
the city manager will take that under advisement because that's where we're sending it to make sure that happens. Okay, thank you so much for being here today. Bye. Now, the committee on this one. Are there any questions of staff? Any speakers? Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. I just wanted to say again how important Vision Zero is. I really appreciate all the hard work. We still have a long way to go. It's just gut-wrenching when people are killed, particularly pedestrians and cyclists on the roads in my ward. I don't want to go to another one of those. And we know it's not accidents. A lot of those deaths are as a result of our choices. So, you know, same as I always say, more please, faster. This is great. More please.
Is that it? That was short and sweet. Thank you. I do have some motions here today. One of them is they're coming up. Oh, you have a question? Oh, I asked that already. Sorry. Yeah, we'll go back to that. No problem, Councillor, no problem. All right, back to questions for staff. No problem. Go ahead.
So just in terms of where we've proactively recommended IPS at intersections like Bayview and Sudan and Parkhurst, why is it so important to install pedestrian crossing protections here? I just want to make sure I have this on the record for my community.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. These are locations where there are desired paths for pedestrians to cross, and staff have seen the need for adding these crossings. They might not necessarily meet the numerical thresholds. So staff are bringing forward additional crossing protection for pedestrians to ensure safety.
Okay, and is the sense that if we put in an IPS, it won't encourage more traffic turning onto these intersections? It's really just helping pedestrians cross safely. That's the goal, correct?
That's correct, Councillor. IPS allows the side streets to not be signalized. Those side streets are pretty low volume and they don't need the signal treatment, but it still provides the protection for crossing the main street.
Okay. I think there are concerns in certain communities that it might encourage traffic. And I'm in favor of these, but I wonder if it might be possible for staff to provide a little explanation and blurb about how these work for councillors who have, and maybe it's important for all councillors to have this, but that they can share with their communities as sort of an education piece. It's a little bit hard to pull this out of the report that really kind of in a nutshell explains this issue of why it helps pedestrians cross, but doesn't encourage traffic to cross or increase traffic turns at these intersections. And that's really what strikes me that's unique about these and so important about these, but I'm not sure it fully comes across in the report in that way, because there's so much other information in this report. And I just can see that there's going to have to be a lot of communication to make sure that it's truly understood what we're doing with these, because this is slightly new technology for us in the City of Toronto. So is that possible?
Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. The communication is a key part of our Vision Zero Road Safety Plan as well, and so working with councillors to have information for their newsletters or other communication methodologies, we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate these have come forward really through, there's been a lot of advocacy in communities like mine for technology like this, so I'm really happy to see this. Thank you.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? Yes? Good, thank you. Okay, for Councillor Cole, you have a motion, or you wish to speak?
Yes, I have a motion, and that's for 22.4, updates to the Vision Zero Safety Initiative. I'm asking that the City Council request the General Manager of Transportation Services to expand the ongoing Technology Innovation Challenge for automated enforcement of bylaw infractions to include automated enforcement of prohibited turn movements as part of the feasibility study. And I'll explain this. This came out of, we have a comprehensive attempt to deal with the nightmare called the Allen Expressway, which dumps 100,000 cars into my community every day. And we've got the community engaged in trying to somehow mitigate this madness, which is increasing. Sad to say that, I mean, I was trying to get to the Environment Committee. We had Environment Day at Eglinton Park yesterday. It was just like being in Mumbai, trying to get across Eglinton yesterday. You could not move to get from the Allen to Duplex, where the Eglinton Park is for Environment Day. I mean, it's just nuts. And as much as we talk about car share and cycling and all this stuff, car ownership is going through the roof. People are driving more, me included. You know, it's just, and then we've got all these planned developments with no parking facilities. They say, oh no, people aren't going to drive. They're going to take transit. That's false. They still drive. They're building all these 50-story buildings with no parking spots. So just created more mayhem every day in the city. And I don't have the solution because it is really beyond solution, I think. We've come to this point here. So anyways, we're trying to do something on the Allen and Eglinton, which you should avoid at all costs, okay? We still, by the way, the $13 billion boondoggle called the Eglinton Crosstown is still not open after 25 years. They've been building that thing. 25 years have been building that. Still not open. So anyways, forget that. We still have jam-packed buses. We got wall-to-wall cars. We've got unused cycling lanes there. We've got everything, all on Eglinton at the Allen. So we're trying to do something to use the new technology plan that it's called the Technology Innovation Challenge our transportation department is doing to try and put an automated feature to catch people who are making illegal turns, especially left-hand turns at the Allen, and this could help in other parts of the city. So we're going to ask that this Technology Innovation Challenge include the feasibility of looking at catching people who are making illegal turns, which they do all day. So nobody pays attention to. They just run the reds, run the orange, run the greens, whatever. So anyways, so that's what we're trying to do, is bring a bit of control to this, madness called the Allen Expressway there, which we'll never forgive Bill Davis for.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Councillor Cole's motion. I do have a motion that is, there's a section here that creates a new policy and a crosswalk marking policy and always stop control justification policy, which we often discuss that at community councils. So I would like to take those out and have those conversations at community councils. Some community councils care a lot about always stops and others don't. So that will give us the chance to actually make sure that all of our local issues are well covered by these policies prior to adopting it. So that is what this is for.
That removes those two and then adds the two parts from Councilor Moyes.
And then I am adding, Councillor Moyes there is a recommendation from staff for signalized intersections, I believe it is, yes? And checked with the general manager that those two can be added. I just want to confirm that that was checked and they can be added, yes? Yes? The additional two signalized to the rest that are there. That's fine? Yes, okay, just so everybody knows, yep.
This is the part about community councils about those other two areas.
And this is the other two areas are going to community councils. Has everybody got that?
Yes.
Everybody got it, or do I need to go over it committee? We're okay? Got Mike's motion. Send two things to community council to make sure, add two more intersections for Councillor Moyes. Yeah. That's the community council consultation. Pardon? Yes, yes. I'm not going to speak on the report. I'm just going to make these motions. So they're all in front of you. That one, the additional two signalized intersections, Councillor Coles, correct? Yes. The three. All right. And now Councillor Chernos-Lynn, you wish to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I kind of got into this in my questions, but I just think this is such an important report that I want to say a little bit more about it. So I want to start by thanking staff, Jacqueline, Roger, Barbara, and many more for their impressive work and how much the city has done to enhance and expand the Vision Zero road safety plan over the last decade. I know we're not there yet with the data we want to see in terms of getting deaths down even further, but I think we are on the right track. I just want to say that, in terms of, this report has a few important signals coming in my ward, and it really was a group of Don Valley West residents who initially raised the possibility of implementing an intersection pedestrian signal at Bayview and Sutherland, where so many people cross the street to access Mount Pleasant Cemetery. Former Councillor Robinson asked staff to explore this option through a motion at North York Community Council. I am so happy to see an IPS recommended by staff at this location. This option will improve pedestrian safety without promoting excessive traffic infiltration on local neighborhood streets. And I want to thank the many community members who were so engaged in this topic. I also want to thank staff for proactively recommending intersection pedestrian signals at York Mills and Birchwood, as well as Bayview and Parkhurst, Sudan. The Bayview and Parkhurst-Soudan intersection in particular has been the site of so many collisions, and I would say so many almost collisions that I've witnessed over the years. Sometimes children or parents walking with strollers, having to, one stroller was pushed out of the way before being hit by a car. So this is so important. And will go a long way towards making our streets safer for all road users. As we know from the staff report, the most common pedestrian collisions, including KSIs, occur at uncontrolled crossings. And there are two factors impacting the severity. One is vehicle speeds, and two is the presence of pedestrian crossing protections. These new pedestrian crossing protection options are such a valuable addition to our road safety toolkit, and I look forward to their continued rollout across the city. I'm actually really eager to see one go in on Lawrence Avenue at one of the areas where Wanless crosses. So that's next on my list, but I'm not going to include it for today. From firsthand experience as a former TDSB trustee and chair of the board, and also as a former parent council chair, who actually was a lead on this when I was a parent council chair, we did an active and safe routes to school program. I just wanted to express how important the value of this program is, and I am so glad to see that staff recommend that we continue to fund the expansion of this important program to schools across Toronto. We currently have a few of them happening in my ward, and I'm very happy to see that. And I actually, in the last year or two, have seen the work that went in, like the actual outcome of the work that went into one that I did all those years ago as a parent council chair. And so I know it sometimes takes time, but I think the work that you do on those, where you're working with community, where you're working with counselors, where you're working with schools and public health, and all of those different pieces coming together gives us such valuable input and really makes our neighborhoods safer for children, for pedestrians, for cyclists, and for cars, for drivers too. So thank you for that work. I'm really happy to see that in this report. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor, for extolling the great work of staff on this, particularly as a parent council chair. As a school board, full circle, like you really know this file better than anybody. So thank you for drawing attention to all those things today and the great work in that. I also just wanted to let Adam know if he's still listening, because the general manager sent me a message that the accessibility pilot will be expanded to 75 additional locations. So Adam, you just spoke once and now you have 75 locations added by the end of the item. So good job. There's a number of motions here today. Councillor Cole, you have a motion that is, you've told us about that, and there it is, not there. Oh, I'm sorry, I was doing that one, Councillor Cole's motion.
Vote on this one.
Okay, we'll vote on this one first, which is taking out the crosswalk marking and all-way sign control justification policy, adding two new following parts, Parliament and Oak, Sherburne and Earl. And then I have a second motion that asks for the crosswalk marking and all-way stop to go to community councils. So on this one, can I ask for those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, that carries. Next motion, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Cole's motion. This is the Allen Expressway motion. Councillor Cole, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then the going to community council, so we can have that local discussion about these two things. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, very good. I just wanted to go, because Mr. Cahoon said that he doesn't need to speak on item 22.12, which is the accessibility and snow clearing, and we could just move that off now if any staff are waiting here about that item, that it would get, there's a motion that I have Unless anybody else wants to speak on that, we can clear that from the agenda. And that is up on the screen.
Yes, yeah.
Refer the request to the city manager for inclusion in the review of city winter maintenance operations review, so that they would have the chance to address that directly. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. So that's done. And item number 5, which happens to be the authorized vehicles in city parks, review of operating procedures and policies, all wards. I held that. Are there any questions of staff for that? Pardon me? It's the vehicles in parks. No questions? I do have, I think that Ms. Kavakis is here, so yes. Really, the number of trucks that, do we have an understanding of who's going in? I believe that solid waste is in there all the time because they do the pickup, compared to maybe hydro that's going in to fix something every once in a while, or if the police are going in an emergency. So would you agree that the high frequent traffic users in parks is, besides your own vehicles, the solid waste vehicles?
Through the chair, I would agree that daily tasks that are done within parks include parks operations staff and also solid waste staff who service our bins.
And so there are locations of bins. I'm assuming that when park staff are driving on the grass, that they're pretty careful because they know they have to fix it. Would I be right or wrong?
Park staff are instructed to stay on paths where they can, and when they do have to go on parkland, they do take great care, and only to do so in certain situations, because you're correct, they would be responsible for replacing any damage and repairs that are done.
They're responsible for that. So I think that I'm interested in is solid waste responsible for repair when they have now damaged the grass picking up the toters?
Through the chair, no, we would complete the repairs for any damage on turf.
And would you charge their budget?
We do not charge. Okay. There would be an instance of an extreme repair. We would work with them for cost recovery, but where there are smaller scope repairs, we would absorb that within our budget.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Any speakers? No. I just have a motion, and that is, I would like to know the number of solid waste trucks picking up in parks and areas where they have to leave the road, go on the grass, because I've seen much of that myself. I've seen the turf torn up. And what's the time repair cost for parks outside of an emergency, because you're paying for that service and then you're paying to fix it up. So with that, I would like to move that motion today and hear back on that for our parks. All in favor? Opposed? Sure.
My question is...
Oh, you're asking questions now.
I have a question about the motion, yes.
So go ahead.
So you say, I want to be clear, there are circumstances in which the trucks are instructed to leave the path and drive in the grass, and there's many other cases where they do it anyway. So I wasn't clear whether you were...
Trucks.
The solid waste trucks, other trucks, I mean, I see them all the time. So my question is your question just about when the plan is for them to leave the path and drive in the grass? Or for them to report, in fact, all the occasions when the solid waste trucks drive in the grass, which I know is much more frequent?
I'm really looking at where the toters are, whether for our park staff to say, well, they're on the roads, but they're actually on the roads and the grass. They're in such a place they have to go in the grass, and I'd like to know the number of trucks that aren't city parks trucks going in to the parks. But that will all come back, and I'd say that if you want to amend this, go ahead.
My point was just, it's not just that they have to. There are many occasions when they don't have to and they do it anyway.
That's a little different, because that's, unless there's GPS, I don't know. So this is, my goal is to just understand the volume of trucks from solid waste in our parks.
Thank you.
And the number of times that they're in a situation where they have to leave the road in order to pick up their toters, because that is our method of picking up solid waste in parks. Yeah. Okay, we good? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 6, I can't remember who held the temporary street closure for eastbound FG Gardiner Expressway northbound Don Valley. Was that you, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 items here.
Did you want to speak to both of them together?
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
both of them together.
No problem.
So there's these very, let's say, well-organized events for good causes that happen. The one we had just a couple of weeks ago, they closed the Don Valley on Sunday for the brain health initiative. But what happens is when you close the Don Valley, it it's like whack-a-mole. You close the Don Valley, and then all of a sudden, the Allen Road becomes a morass, and there's no mitigation that takes place to deal with the incredible chaos it causes in the Allen Road, Bathurst area to Dufferin area, from Lawrence, I'm sure, right up to the 401 down. So I'm just hoping that staff, and I think we've already spoken to staff about it, they've got to put in some kind of mitigation measures so that when you close down the Don Valley, you can't expect that automatically people aren't going to drive or people are going to somehow find routes that don't cause chaos in other neighborhoods. So I'm asking that staff look at ways of mitigating this added hyper congestion that this causes when when the Don Valley is closed. And I see we've got these 2 events going to come back next year. So I think it'll give us enough time to look at ways of dealing with that. The flood of cars that occurs to the east, sorry, to the west. I'm not sure if it happens, in Scarborough or whatever it is, but it certainly impacts the middle of the city like you wouldn't believe when when the Don Valley is closed down. So we just hope we can get a plan in place, whether we need traffic agents. We certainly should be warning people. I know the media does mention it, but I don't think people pay attention to media anymore. So therefore, on these traffic alerts, because it's almost the same thing every day, don't go here, don't go there. I'm just hoping that we can come up with some kind of plan to alleviate the whack-a-mole effect, certainly that this causes in the Allen Road area of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's for both of them. Any further speakers? Councillor Cole has put them both together. I think everybody's heard you. Closing, make sure that people can still get around. So that on item 6, temporary street closure for eastbound FG Gardiner Expressway, northbound Don Valley Parkway, Triathlon Festival. Councillor Cole, you're going to move that motion?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Okay. Of the recommendation in the report, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And item 7, we'll do that separately. FG Gardiner Expressway, Don Valley closure, Bike for Brain Health 2026. All in favor of you moving that, Councillor? Yeah. Yes. Moved by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right. Thank you. We'll just go to item 8, which is annual report on tree bylaw removal permit appeals and requests. And if you can say that really, really fast, it's a mouthful. We do have one deputant, and we'll just go to Ms. Corrado. Is she online? Okay, thank you very much. Nicole Corrado online. Proceed.
Hi. I was going to say that I think that Toronto unfortunately cut probably over 90% of the trees that Toronto cut nearly over 90% of the trees that people applied to cut, which is terrible, and mostly for really frivolous reasons. 9% of those trees were cut just because people did not like the trees. They didn't like the look of them, whatever. And other reasons were absolutely ridiculous as well. Toronto is losing a lot of tree cover. You can't replace them. We've all seen, the devastation that happened in Liberty Village and Ontario Place with all the tree cutting. It's ridiculous. Toronto only protects trees 30 centimeters or more diameter. That is not enough. In other cities, it's 10 centimeters or more. Toronto needs to reduce the number of minimal protection to, say, a 5 or 10 centimeter diameter, and Toronto should not be allowing trees to be cut for what are basically aesthetic reasons. Most of the reasons that the trees were cut, most of these trees were completely healthy or treatable. Toronto allowed them to be cut because they were inconvenient. And I think that's really sad. Toronto needs to develop a tree strategy that is no kill, that we need to be preserving all healthy and treatable trees in the city of Toronto. As for building, there's so much space in Toronto you could build without having to cut woodlots. We don't need a big mega spa at Ontario Place. And since Doug Ford's not going to do anything to protect the trees, Toronto needs to step up and actually protect them.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go into questions. I understand Councillor Sachs has a question on this one.
Yes, thank you very much. Question number one is, I certainly agree with the deputant that we need to do everything we can to protect the healthy, especially larger trees that we have. These applications for tree removals, how are they affecting our progress towards increasing tree equity and tree cover?
To the chair, generally speaking, and as it relates to this report and what we're reporting back in terms of decisions made by community council, since the delegation in May of 2022, or since May of 2022, we've had 37 trees that were removed where community council overturned the recommendation or deferred or change from the recommendation of staff. So overall, relative to our canopy goals, there is no impact at all relative to community council decisions.
Okay. And in terms of the deputy's comment that we don't protect smaller trees than we should, have you given any consideration to bringing us back a report or a recommendation to protect more trees?
So first, I would note that all city-owned trees, so street trees as well as trees and ravines, are protected regardless of the size. So the 30 centimeter size applies to private trees. We are reporting back later this year with a bylaw review, and we will be looking at what the size, appropriate size protection would be. So that is part of our work that we're doing right now, and we'll be coming back to council on.
And when will you be bringing that to us?
We're currently scheduled to have that before the end of 2025, so within this calendar year.
Okay. Does the city provide, so you talked about focusing on privately owned trees. Do we provide enough resources to tree owners on how to A, look after and B, coexist with their trees?
So through the chair, with the implementation of our tree bylaws and our urban forestry management program, education and outreach to homeowners is an important component of that management. Could we do more? We have been asked to look at that as well, specifically regarding street trees and the adjacent homeowners.
So does that mean you are going to be providing more support for private property owners?
So through the chair, we are looking at ways that we can do that through our existing campaigns, through education as well as our community events, printed materials as well to ensure that they are accessible and available to homeowners.
Okay. And my next question is about enforcement. I mean, it's good to see all these people that have applied for tree removal permits, so they're at least following legal processes. But we know that many trees are savaged illegally. what is the city doing to deter and to punish that kind of behavior?
So to the chair, and I'll start, we have kind of a three-pronged approach. The first is engagement, outreach, education, so that is ensuring people are aware when we get complaints. The second is for minor infractions, so we do have fees that apply. And then third is where we go into prosecution, and that is for larger, more egregious instances. I would say in general, we're looking through the data, and that'll be part of the report back later this year. But we have seen over, I'll say, the last 8 years, a much greater increase in our enforcement activities, including where it is through the application of fees or through enforcement through prosecution. So we are taking those steps beyond maybe historically where it was a bit more of the education and outreach, and we'll have more specific numbers on those opportunities. We will also be looking at, as part of the review, the permit fees, the enforcement fees, and to determine whether they are appropriate they provide the right disincentive for action, I'll say, and whether we should increase those. That's right, including fines. So we're looking at potential for increasing fines to ensure the disincentive. It's not just the cost of doing business. There is a real a disincentive for people to take actions that are against the bylaw.
Right. The fine at the moment far underestimates, is far less than the damage to the community when big trees are killed, right?
That is why we will be looking at the fines. I think we have heard that, and they have not changed in a while. I don't want to presume the outcome before we get there, but that is definitely something we're hearing and we'll be looking at.
And again, you'll be getting back to us by the end of the year.
That's correct.
Those are your questions. Any other questions? Councillor, Deputy Mayor Cole? Yep.
Yeah, just the other side of the coin. How many trees do we plant every year in the city? Or do we have any scores on how many thousands of trees are planted every year?
Yeah, so I would say, Councillor, I think we're roughly between 120 and 140,000 trees planted per year by the city. And that is established based on tracking towards our goal of 40% canopy by 2040. 2050.
Yes, and so, are there possible inclusions in the report which will talk about ways of encouraging more tree planting, and whether it's done by the city or done by private individuals? I know we used to have that tree planting where you could get, remember years ago I planted a Swidler maple in the front yard. It was very nice. So do we still have that program where you can plant a tree at no cost?
In your front yard, yes.
We have a number of programs. We do tree giveaways throughout the year. We also support, obviously, our planting and kind of especially in kind of significant amounts. And then I would say the other thing that we have, obviously, for tree removals through the, we have a compensation requirement. So they have to provide for a certain amount of planting or cash in lieu that supports plantings where trees removed. And we are also going to be looking at that as part of a review, what the appropriate compensation should be for tree removals.
But we do have that program in place that if you want to plant a tree in your front yard, the city will give you a tree, or what's the plan?
Yes, where it's a city-owned, and so your front yard, it's probably going to be a city-owned tree, but we do support that where people are interested in planting a tree. And then we also have opportunities, again, through our tree giveaways where they would like to plant it on their property.
Okay, and so I just hope that we can remind people that these trees are available. I think some of us may have forgotten that that's still there, and it's a very, because these trees are 2 or 3 years, they're older, they're about, what, 5, 6 years old, generally?
They range in terms, but I think depending, so the trees that we would plant are older, for example, than the trees we would give through the giveaways. But again, it depends on the species, though, typically around that age.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And then, any other questions, Councillor Worley? Turnus Lynn, no, thank you. Speakers? No? Motions? No? Thank you. Then we will somebody want to move the report? Do you want to move that, Councillor Sachs? Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much for all your good care of all the trees in the city. And I think I'm just going to go to number 10 because Ms. Corrado's still online and Mr. DiGeronimo's here. And I'd like him to go back and look after the sewage treatment plant as soon as he can possibly do. Thank you. So I'd just like to amend the reorder the agenda to here. And I don't think there's any questions on that one. So if we can hear from the deputant. Is she online?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
So let's hear from you again, Nicole, and then we can deal with this item. Thank you.
In terms of the sewage treatment, I was going to say two things. One is that I'm quite concerned that a lot of effluent is still in Canada is still tested on animals. Like once a month, there's actually, it's called acute lethality testing, where it's lethal dose 50 testing, where the test material is put into a tank of fishes, usually rainbow trout and also Daphnia shrimp. And if half of them die, then they know that there's toxicity. It's an incredibly cruel test, and it's mandated in Canada, but it's actually banned in Ireland. Ireland has switched to non-animal methods. So I'm quite concerned that Canada, and probably obviously Toronto, would be using these acute lethality testings of effluent. I think you should be lobbying the Canadian government to change that, because I doubt Toronto wants to be engaging in animal testing. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is sewer baiting. Adding rodenticide to the sewers is incredibly cruel. It harms the fishes, it harms the rodents, it harms people. It's cruel to the animals, and it's not necessary. It's just a source of pollution. There's absolutely no reason for it. I think that sewer baiting needs to absolutely stop, and I would suggest talking to the Rodenticide Free Ontario organization for humane and cruelty-free alternatives to the sewer baiting programs.
Thank you, Nicole, very much for that. And now I'll just ask any questions of staff about the Sewer and Water Supply Bylaws 2024 Compliance and Enforcement Annual Report. Seeing none, any speakers on that?
I just want to say the report's better this year. Thank you.
Thumbs up to you, Mr. DiGeronimo. Thank you. And now, would you just like to move that as well, Councillor Sachs?
I'm happy to move the report.
Happy
More
to move the
enforcement next year,
report.
please.
All right. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. And you are released. Thank you. We're just discussing if we're just going to go to item 1 and move the motions, but we'd also be speaking. So we haven't had the questions of staff yet, so I think we'll just go to, people are waiting for item 9, TransformTO net zero strategy, and we can get to lunch, and then we'll deal with item 1 as quickly as we can when we get back. So I don't know about that, but maybe we'll just get to item 9. Moving right along, item 9, and that is speakers Daniel Freiheit, Matt Noble, Nital Jethalo, Anne Madison, Housen Chong, and Louise Hittinger. So is that you, Daniel? You're right there. So let's start with your 5 minutes. Thank you. Your mic is off. I don't know if it's us or you. There you go.
That's me. My apologies. I was concerned because you changed the order of the item 10, and I was like, don't you need a motion for that? Sometimes they're super strict about that stuff.
I'm not as super strict as other chairs, Daniel, so there you go.
I like it. I delegate a lot at the Board of Health, and they're a bit more strict sometimes, and but they know me well. So yeah, just to give you a bit of background, I do a lot of advocacy on Twitter under the Lion Advocacy handle, because I got a bit concerned about how different institutions were rolling out the COVID mandate stuff. that board never asks any questions. They just hear it and then they're done. So I'm really impressed that the speaker or the councillors challenged the delegations. I think that's great. Some of the issues I've spotted with COVID are kind of repeating with the net zero stuff. They're rolling out the net zero goal quite aggressively. I think Toronto's net zero 2040. And I see it a lot with what's happening now in the traffic areas. A lot of what we're seeing in traffic, I know Councillor Cole spoke, and that was great to hear. I feel very represented by Councillor Cole's submissions on this, or speaking to this matter. But the traffic that's gotten out of control in the city now, because of the bike lanes, because of the lane closures, because of what they're trying to, the move to get everything electrified, it's causing major problems to the point where, as Councillor Cole noted, you're just not moving anymore. And it's one thing to impact quality of life, but it's quite another when EMS services could be impacted by this stuff. We heard about, because the bike lanes were rolled out so fast without, I don't know if the studies were done properly, and now you're hearing about deaths because of, the illegal cars parking. And now you want more police, and police are already strapped in. It's like this was rolled out so fast with such urgency at all levels of government. And that's really the key that people have to understand, that net zero 2030, 2040, whatever you want to call it, which is guiding a lot of this city's decision-making, is creating huge problems. And when it starts affecting EMS delivery, like I don't even know how EMS gets through some areas. So it would be good to understand, hey, how is all this impacting EMS services, whether it's fire, police, ambulance? How many of these calls are getting delayed now to the point where we're actually starting to get critical consequences? We see it with the traumatic cases of the bike lanes that weren't really planned properly, and people have to either veer out of the lanes. By the way, I was just in one yesterday, and new coffee shops are popping up on the bike lanes, sending me out into all kinds of traffic. I think people have to realize that these bike lanes are potential death traps, the way they're done now. Some of them just end in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling a bit. The point is, if you're going to roll out net zero like this, it all comes down to your traffic studies. But I was a kid. I wanted to write a book called Principles of Pedestrian and Vehicular Traffic. Okay, I was a bit of an outlier in that regard. These books are actually being written regularly by, we call them traffic consultants or traffic study experts. I wondered where these reports were when the city started aggressively rolling out all these traffic changes. And I was shocked to learn that they hadn't been updated. Some of these traffic studies haven't been updated in over a decade. And when I asked about this, other reasons were given as to what's causing the traffic, immigration. I'm like, no, this has nothing to do with this is not an immigration problem. This is just poor planning, lack of traffic studies, lack of updating the traffic studies. So I saw Councillor Cole had a motion there, which I think passed, to get more traffic studies done, including the effect on emergency medical services, because I think people need to know what's going on, including the effect on the bikers when the lanes aren't rolled out properly and bikers have to go onto the streets and are getting injured. I would be very interested in how many bikers and pedestrians are getting injured because of this stuff. Again, all comes down to the traffic studies. The goal, what this committee can do today.
30 seconds.
30? Yeah.
Yep, you got it.
You got to study all the people that are abandoning net zero or delaying it significantly. I have a whole list here. ChatGPT generated it for me. You got all the banks are dropping out of it. CPP just recently dropped out of net zero. They realize it's affecting the bottom line financially. This city has to realize net zero is actually an impact. This zealousness is impacting health and safety. So slow it down, take your time, do more studies, and ask me some questions.
Thank you very much.
Saxon. Yeah.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next deputant, I just really ask the deputants to really drill down on the report that we have in front of us. Thank you. The next deputant is Noble. Matt Noble. Please, are you here, online, in person? Where are you? And the next person up is, I want you to be ready, is Natal. Thank you. Go ahead, thank you. Oops, I'll stop. Natal, do you have any technology requirements here for your presentation? Okay, thank you. Off you go. Yep, you're on.
For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Matt Noble, Executive Director of Toronto Vegetarian Food Bank. We've been working with the city division, the shelters and long-term care on helping transition to more plant-based foods. So just a quick little update. Everyone's doing amazing. Here's just some pictures from us continuing to do some culinary trainings for the shelters and the shelter chefs. Just some stuff we've been doing recently, some recipe development stuff. Everyone's doing really good. We've moved into, now that you're rolling out more plant-based foods. This is a picture here of last week at the men's shelter at Fort York, where we were just there to support. Myself and Dr. Ricken Patel came, and we chatted with the residents about nutrition and just to help everything go smoothly. So we're helping in the kitchen. Oh.
If you have technology that you're going to need, if you don't mind having the staff make sure you're all set up when we're going, because we don't have any pictures for you. Blank screen. I'll stop your time. How do I stop it?
This too, is this all? Oh, this is fine. This is the one. That mine won't take that. Here, you want to put that in here?
Pardon?
How's that? Oh.
Okay, you're
There we go.
back.
Okay, so let me just go back really quick and so here's some pics of us continuing to do training in the shelters. Everyone's doing great. All the nutrition managers are doing great. A little bit more from the shelters, a little bit more. We're still continuing to do this work with some training. And as I was saying, we've moved into just kind of like facilitating with the residents to like help it go smoothly. So this was the other week at the men's shelter. That's Dr. Ricken Patel. That's Beza and Jennifer, two of the nutrition managers. And we're doing another one of these in July. And Dr. Ricken's also just going to speak to the nutrition managers on nutrition next week. And here is myself and some of the long-term care team, and that's a cute little like an internally facing like info thing that the long-term care team put together for their staff, which I just wanted to show you because I thought it was pretty cool. And there's Michaela from Humane World for Animals on the right there who is doing this with us as well. And this was from the Seven Oaks long-term care home when they started rolling out some of their new blended dishes. I'm in the back on the left, and Leah is on the right from Humane World for Animals there too. So everyone's doing great, and so that's kind of why we, you're doing awesome. So that's kind of why we've moved over to talking about ideas for community-wide emissions reduction. And so this isn't necessarily in the report, which is, I guess, why I'm speaking to it. And so you all know, obviously, that food is the largest source of Toronto's emissions, and the 7 million meals that we're focusing on in the shelters and long-term care, they're only 2% of the emissions of the 6%, which is the corporate emissions, which is only 0.12% of all of the city's emissions, consumption-based emissions. And so community-wide we know is the biggest source of emissions, and even if with the cities, it remains to be the largest source of emissions. And so none of this is reflected in the Live Green Toronto website or on the TransformTO survey or in any of the TransformTO goals, and I understand there are probably reasons why. But we know that these emissions are disproportionately from animal-based foods, the 24% from food mostly. And I don't think we can ignore this significance and also the opportunity that this presents. And so in attachment 1 of the report, it says that consumption-based emissions show potential for supporting local government in developing targeted policies and programs. The goal is to help shift Toronto residents towards more responsible consumption of food, goods and services in order to reduce Toronto's global carbon footprint. We know food is a huge one, obviously. TransformTO action number 24 in attachment 1 says to leverage Live Green Toronto to develop and implement a citywide climate action awareness campaign. Yet despite food being the #1 emitter of GHGs, no education about the consumption-based emissions of food is mentioned on the Live Green website. And so and here's just scope 3 showing how much of the emissions it is. And so I have some recommendations. I don't know if like the survey is going to happen again, because it might have been for the next 4 or 5 year plan. So maybe number 1 is redundant, but here's just some screen grabs of the survey. You can see that it says burning fossil fuels and gas are 90% of GHGs, but we know that food is 24, so that's impossible. But obviously there's sector-based and all that, so I don't know how it all works together here. But also you can see below there it says, you know, tips for your day-to-day life, and everyone eats, generally, if you're food secure, everyone eats 3 meals a day. And I'm running out of time, so here's a Plant-Based Toronto campaign we just launched. We know lots of great people, so if you want to update the Live Green Toronto, we're a great resource for you. And I'm going to have to kick it to Neethal to explain why a Plantlicious Week would be great, or you can ask me and I can tell you the reasons.
Okay, well, let him tell us. Thank you very much. Next debutant is Neethal.
I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, there's a question for you.
That would be great, thank you.
Food question.
When you showed us those pictures.
No, I just, if you could explain in Canadian Tire English,
Yes.
what you eat, how it impacts the air quality or emissions.
Well, yeah, I mean, the city's own consumption-based emission basically shows that I think about half of the emissions are from beef. And so that's what the city specifically is reducing. And we've just been helping shift it to plant-based just to make it as efficient as possible in terms of like meeting the goals.
So in other words, if we eat less meat, it means that there will be fewer cows that are causing the emissions, right? Is that
Correct. And yeah, one of my recommendations was for a Plantlicious Week similar to Winterlicious or Summerlicious. And I know that's probably a big ask, and I know that, you know, the team probably has a nice, like, you know, plan for Winterlicious in the fall and plan for Summerlicious in the spring. But Neethal mentioned some other cities that have done a Plantlicious, and there's a bunch of reasons why a Plantlicious would be a really good way to like focus on community-wide emissions, because I know it's hard to measure them. I don't even know if you can measure them, but that is most of the city's emissions. And so we should probably be doing something to encourage restaurants and citizens to eat more plant-based foods, and a Plantlicious Week would probably be a great way to do that. And the Live Green site should be updated as well, so we can, that slide with Dr. Zerika Sam there from Plant-Based Canada, and Candice the Edgy Veg, who's an influencer, and Zara Abbas, who runs Green Islam.
Okay.
Those are all great people from the city doing great educational work, and that's just 3 out of 20 people who are part of the Plant-Based Toronto Subway ad campaign, and some of the few people we know who could help
Got it.
out.
Thank
Sorry.
you so much. All right. Any other questions,
comment?
Deputy
I
Mayor?
tried those plant burgers,
Sorry,
and they're
Deputy Mayor.
disgusting.
Sorry. Do you have another question of the
I
deputy?
just asked, what are we going to do to make some plant-based food taste
No,
better?
I'm sorry that I'm not taking that question. We're going to put the next. Thank you. Thank you. You'll have to ask them.
Is artichoke. I eat artichokes every day.
Thank you. Next deputy.
Plant.
But it used to be eggplant. Now I've gone artichoke.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a great artichoke recipe. I
Do
can.
we know what he's having for lunch now? You're going to serve some of that great food you showed us on there. Thank you. Do you need to get set up here with your computer, or are you good?
He told me yes.
Do you need some help, please, IT? Thank you.
This one. This is the side, right?
For HMI? This side.
Did you get set up?
I think so. Yes. Yep.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm now going back to, there you go.
All right.
Here's your time. Thank you.
So I'm just going to pick it up as per Matt said, talking about Plantlicious. So a Plantlicious Week in the fall could boost the local restaurant economy, over 50% increase in sales, and give them an opportunity. Sorry, I should introduce myself. My name is Neethal. I'm the Executive Director of Institute for Future Food Systems. I'm also with several other Toronto nonprofits. So a Plantlicious Week, like Matt was saying, in the fall could really boost the local restaurant economy. giving the restaurants an opportunity to highlight plant-based dishes and proteins in creative ways and inspire Torontonians to try more plant-based food. It'll help reduce emissions at the plate level at restaurants for the week, could inspire Torontonians to eat more plant-based foods and inspire restaurants to serve more plant-based foods, which would have a significant impact in terms of those long-term community-wide based emissions. The city already, there are a number of benefits to it too. Like the city already has the infrastructure it uses for Summerlicious and Winterlicious, which could be leveraged for Plantlicious Week. Only 36 out of 230 restaurants had plant-based options for Winterlicious. Fall is a good time for local restaurants because business slows down in November. And like I said, you could see a huge increase in sales, 50% plus. There's a huge opportunity to expose Torontonians to the diversity and possibilities of plant-based cuisine through that. And I'll just get into my slides now to speak to why that might be pretty powerful given what we know about Torontonians' preferences and interests. So, I won't go over this as Matt covered it, but just wanted to point out that how much eating out is in terms of Toronto's footprint from food, which is our biggest source of emissions. And if you were to combine meat and dairy, it would be bigger than eating out, but as an individual category, it's eating out. So those two things combined should give you a sense of how much it makes sense for a plant-based week to reduce footprint and to be something for y'all to consider. There's been plant-based weeks for months in cities across North America. I've included, from Chicago to Winnipeg to DC, I've included the Vegan Chef Challenge in this just because it was easy to screenshot and gives you a sense of just how many cities there are. It's a month-long challenge, that one, even though we're talking about a week, and even that led to a sustained significant rise in sales. Our colleagues in Winnipeg did this, a Veg Week, and they noted that many restaurants, as do these other cities you see up on the screen, kept a lot of their plant-based items after even the week or month was done. And as I just mentioned, Toronto already has the framework. So we just need to point it at the food that can actually shift our climate trajectory in terms of having a plant-licious in addition to summer and winter. Why are these events such a success? Well, research consistently shows that repeated exposure to plant-based meals increases acceptance and future uptake. Familiarity and positive experiences are powerful drivers of lasting dietary change. There's a group, Food for Climate League. Even just 2 weeks of plant-based meals makes people significantly more likely to choose them afterward, even if other foods animal-based foods are available. In short, the more people try them, the more likely they are to eat them in the future and to like them. And this is VegTO polling data. You might remember when I was here in the past, we did a survey a few years back when I was the president of VegTO with Angus Reid, over 1,000 GTA residents along census lines. We found that even though there's a low rate of vegetarians and vegans in Toronto, there is a huge interest in reducing meat consumption. And 60% of GTA residents are open to it. About 58% said that they would eat more plant-based foods in public spaces available. And this is key because we've seen availability being cited as a key barrier in research since I've been looking at this for decades. And our Toronto research showed that having more plant-based options at restaurants is the #1 resource for helping people adopt a more plant-based diet lifestyle. So Plantlicious would help with that. Importance of raising awareness. Matt was talking about Live Green Toronto and TransformTO survey in terms of what the city can do. It's not only confusing to people to not see foods on there, but they won't see the benefits of plant-based foods. The Canada Food Guide is very underused, by the way. And I thought it would be important for y'all to see this stat. In terms of foods that Torontonians are avoiding for environmental reasons, even though there's a huge environmental impact, these foods have 10 to 50 times higher footprints, animal-based foods, but very few Torontonians are avoiding these foods for environmental reasons. There's also major reasons and awareness gaps around health that would have co-benefits for y'all to be able to raise awareness around this, even just starting with the Live Green Toronto website. As you probably know, TPH updated their strategic plan. Reducing the burden of chronic and infectious disease across lifespan is really important. Diabetes is going up significantly in Toronto as else in Canada, but yet fruits and vegetables has stayed stagnant. And in terms of food waste, which is an important part of TransformTO strategy, meat emits over 3 times more methane than fruits and vegetables. So that's just something to consider in terms of all the co-benefits. I see I'm at time, so I'll just end here with...
Maybe you could give us this deck, if you could send
I'm happy
that in as your deputation, and then make it available to the councillors on this committee.
Sure.
And if you could bring Deputy Mayor Cole a really yummy plant-based burger for lunch, I think He would like that very much.
I thought he was just going to only eat artichokes.
No, he's going plant-based for that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Maybe there's some questions for you. Are there any questions? No, I'd just ask, have you talked about Plant Delicious with any city staff or anybody at Live Green at all?
No, Matt's discussed it with other plant-based restaurant owners and others, I believe. They might be talking about artichokes back there right now. But I don't think it's been officially discussed with the city.
How many plant-based restaurants do you imagine there are in the city?
In the city?
47, I think.
47.
Entirely.
And are they clustered anywhere, or are they throughout the city?
Oh, they're throughout.
Sorry, you can't do that. He's the deputant. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Well,
No, he
sorry.
can't.
They are well distributed throughout the city, the GTA. And
Okay.
what was the follow-up question there?
No, are they clustered?
Oh, no, they're not necessarily
They're
clustered, no.
not clustered. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. No questions. Our next deputant, I just want to make sure that we have somebody here, it might be on Wheel-Trans, and if they need to, okay, he's willing to stay. Thank you very much. Okay, next deputant is Lynn Adamson. Lynn, she's online. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. You have 5 minutes. But you do need to unmute yourself there so we can hear you. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm very pleased to speak with you today on behalf of Climate Fast. We say there must be action on Climate Fast, and I'm going to outline a bit of that today. And we're also commenting on the TransformTO Net Zero Strategy 2024 annual report. So we commend the staff for an excellent and encouraging report on 2024 activities. And we recognize the importance of the strategies of establishing a carbon budget, accelerating reduction in fossil gas use in buildings, increasing access to low carbon transportation, and increasing local renewable energy. Those are all important. They're among the actions that will really make a difference for our city's climate plan. And I must also commend the previous speakers for their comments about food, because we know there are areas like food that we could make a big difference with. And we must recognize we are not yet achieving the results we need to see. So this summer, as in 2023, we are experiencing wildfire smoke in our city. Those with respiratory conditions are advised to stay indoors, and to protect our youth, many schools have opted to have students stay indoors and have deferred planned field activities due to the many health impacts of wildfire smoke. Canada is once again facing a massive fire season with burned areas equivalent to the country of Belgium. And there's more figures in the written report, and there's also a disturbing graphic showing the extent of wildland fires across the country. Smoke in our city is exacerbated by the expected increase in the number of heat days. The rise in temperatures has a huge impact on Toronto residents, one that disproportionately impacts low and moderate income residents in multi-unit residences where air conditioning is not available. And we know you have a pilot program to provide air conditioners, but it remains a concern. Globally, atmospheric CO2 continues to rise, with the newest reports indicating it has reached 430 parts per million, far in excess of the 350 parts per million that was proposed in the possibly safe level identified by James Hansen and incorporated in the name of the group 350.org, and far in excess of the pre-industrial level of 270 parts per million. Temperature continues to rise faster than expected. We have crossed the 1.5 Celsius that was the goal of Paris Accord in 2015, and we are expected to cross the 2-degree mark in the coming decade. Crossing the 2 degrees Celsius warming threshold means a world where climate change impacts become significantly more severe and widespread, with dangerous and cascading effects, including more frequent and intense extreme weather events, rising sea levels, disruptions to ecosystems, and increased health risks. There's a graph in the written piece that shows how quickly and how high the temperature is rising at the current time, and globally, this rise to 2 degrees could lead to 1 billion deaths. There's references at the bottom. If you don't believe it, it's really quite alarming when you take a look at it. In Toronto, we will all suffer from higher food prices due to unstable climatic conditions, floods, and drought, in addition to the risks of excess heat, flooding, and other climate-related impacts. We do need to adapt, but we also need to make sure we are doing our part to decrease emissions. And as the 5th largest city in North America, we need to show leadership nationally and internationally. This fall, you will have the Net Zero TransformTO plan for 2026 to 2030 in front of you. To achieve a further 20% reduction in emissions between 2026 and 2030 will require an ambitious plan, as there's a very large projected gap between what existing strategies can be expected to accomplish and the target for emissions reductions. So we need to include bold measures that will really make a difference. Buildings are the major emitters, and therefore a key element of our strategy must be emissions performance standards. To achieve the scale and pace required, these standards will need to include mandatory measures. You're going to look at that one in the fall. Transportation is the next major source of emissions. We need to keep making it easier and safer to walk, cycle, and take transit in our city. We need new protected bike lanes, and we need to keep the ones we have. They are wonderful, but we only have 100 kilometers of protected bike lanes in 5,600 kilometers of roads. We need pedestrian safety measures, as are before you in the Vision Zero report today, and we need reliable and affordable transit, including rapid bus lanes. These will encourage more people to leave their cars at home, improve air quality.
Lynn, can you wrap up, please?
I will. My last sentence is simply that we have adopted this plan because of the youth in our city on the climate strike in 2019, and we owe it to the youth of our city to keep moving forward to achieve our target. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Lynn. Thank you for your good reminder about those horrific fires in the Western provinces, the reality of climate crisis. Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we've got a question. Councillor Sachs has a question for you, Lynn.
Lynn, in your capacity as Vice Chair of the Climate Advisory Group, can you tell us, does that group actively support the building emission performance standard, which is pivotal to TransformTO?
Yes, absolutely. We have several working groups as part of the Climate Advisory Group. One of them is on buildings, and we definitely support that. It is a crucial key element because buildings are the greatest source of emissions, and we need to get off fossil gas, and that building emissions performance standards will help us to do that. Very important, and it needs to be mandatory wherever possible. I know in some cases you're not making it mandatory, but to achieve the scale and pace we need to get these reductions, we have to do bold things that we might get some pushback from, but we need them. And so we need to explain them to people and the companies and developers why we need them.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Lynn. You're such a volunteer for the climate. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Lynn, we have 2 more speakers here, and it's 12:28. Would we like to extend to hear just from the deputants? 2 deputants? Yes? Yes, and then discussion after. All right. Hearing that, yes, we can? Pardon me? I asked, we have 2 deputants left. Shall we just extend to hear from both of the deputants and then do the consideration after lunch? Okay? Yes, motion to extend for that. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Yes, thank you. We are going to hear from you. And Louise Hiddinger. Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on this? Because I only have 2 more deputants here. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Great, thanks. My name's Housen. I'm the climate campaigner at the Toronto Environmental Alliance. I'm from Etobicoke. I've been a climate activist for over 25 years. So I'm here to say that Toronto Environmental Alliance continues to strongly support the city's TransformTO plan. And we do also share concerns that city staff reports are showing that Toronto is not on track to meet our 2025 climate targets. So we need to continue to do swift transformative actions. And if we do that, we'll have a chance of meeting our 2030 targets as well. So we've already submitted a letter with several recommendations on how to move forward. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of them here. First, as Lynn said, we cannot make any meaningful dent in our carbon emissions without cutting down and eventually shifting away from the use of fossil gas in buildings. It is a serious problem, and one of the biggest opportunities that we have in order to do that is to implement building emissions performance standards, which sets targets and timelines for emissions efficiency in existing buildings. So these already exist in New York, they exist in Boston, Vancouver. The entire European Union is doing it, and city staff are working on a proposal that we are expecting to come to this committee in Q4 of this year and to council Q4. Other thing we need to do is city and council and city staff need to safeguard and advance the Toronto Green Standard for new buildings. We understand that Bill 17 may put a little bit of a wrench or sand in that, but we need to ensure that that continues. And we also call on city staff and council to advance the Toronto Green Standard to version 5, which was supposed to originally be scheduled to be approved by council this year for implementation next year as well. Secondly, we need to accelerate transit and active transportation improvements. And I think this is really, really clear because I know we've been talking about transportation for a lot of this committee today. We cannot meet our climate congestion or our Vision Zero goals if the assumption is that private cars should be the primary mode of transportation on every single street in the city. That is not the assumption in cities like New York, in Paris, Montreal, Amsterdam. These are cities that actually have a far more broader diversity of streets. Some streets are only for pedestrians, some prioritize transit, some prioritize cars, some prioritize bikes. But if the idea is to prioritize cars on all of them, we are not going to meet our TransformTO goals. An immediate action that this council can take is to implement the rapid TO transit-only surface lanes. That is expected to come to, I believe, to executive committee in July. So we need to make these lanes permanent, and then we need to implement more priority rapid TO transit lanes that have already been identified by staff. Finally, there'll be more in our written submission, but one of the areas that we also need to improve is in our carbon accountability. We're very pleased to see that for the very first time, all city departments are participating in the city's carbon budgeting process. However, we are concerned that all departments and divisions are not taking a holistic approach to accounting for carbon emissions. And I'm just going to give you one very key example. The City of Toronto has been doing waste consultations for these past several weeks, and there are documents in there implying that incinerating garbage, including plastic, could be a solution for carbon emissions. But because plastic is made from fossil fuels, it essentially is a fossil fuel when it's burned. So in addition to emitting highly toxic gaseous chemicals, burning plastic also produces more carbon emissions than coal. And up to 20%, if not more, of the waste that would be put into incinerators would actually be plastic. So TransformTO isn't just about cutting emissions, it's about protecting Toronto from extreme weather. It's about supporting global efforts to tackle climate change. It's about building a more accessible and a more affordable, healthier city to live in. So we applaud the work that has been done. We need to do better. We need to move faster. And we are encouraged by the work that we're seeing, and we hope that this committee and that council will pass these upcoming policies, such as the Buildings Emissions Performance Standard and the rapid TO lanes when they come up later this year.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputant? Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate you sharing your feedback and your concerns, especially with respect to Bill 17 and the impacts of that. That's something I've been wondering about too, and I know a lot of people are. I just wondered, with respect to your comments about incinerators and garbage, are you familiar with the Copenhagen ski slope?
I am, yes.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Because that's supposed to be an energy, like a productive way of dealing with garbage and recycling in an environmentally friendly way.
Yeah, so Emily, who is our waste campaigner, is far more knowledgeable on this. So if you'd like, I can have her connect with you and give you more details about this. I have a relatively different understanding of these processes. Ultimately, my concern as a climate guy is that plastic originates as fossil fuels. So what plastic actually is basically carbon that was supposed to be underground, that we pulled out, and then we use, and then we put in some sort of function. So the ideal scenario is we don't produce plastic, or that we reuse plastic. But when you start burning plastic, you are doing the equivalent of burning coal. And what we need to do is make sure that that doesn't happen, because it's not just about the chemical gases, which is significant, the toxic chemical gases from it. When you actually look at the emissions factors from burning plastic, it is higher than the emissions factor of burning coal. It's something like 2.9 kilograms per, I forgot the actual term, but for coal it's 2.4, 2.3. So essentially, when we're talking about burning and incinerating waste, when you're looking at the plastic piece, you're basically saying, one way of looking at it is like, well, just because if we're mixing coal with burning something, with burning like food waste or something along those lines, then that's okay, because the overall emissions per ton of the overall conglomeration of that is relatively low. But ultimately, what we are doing is we are burning a substance that's supposed to be underground that we pulled out, and is the effect of, is having the carbon effect of, when you burn that, of burning coal or worse.
Okay, but so you suggested that you have someone on your staff where they've got more expertise on this?
Yeah, so Emily will be able to give you more stuff, and I'm happy to give you connections with Emily. Emily has a lot more of these details.
Okay, perhaps you can encourage her to email my office, and maybe we can set up a time to
and I'm sure that either Sarah or Emily from our team is watching this feed right now, so I'm happy to have them connect.
Sure she is. I'm sure everybody's watching over there. Are there any further questions for the deputant? No? Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. And our last deputant before lunch is going to be Louise Hittinger. Oh, she's online. Thank you, Louise. Please join us. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Please start.
I'm speaking on behalf of Clean Indoor Air Toronto. We're a group of concerned Toronto residents who are dedicated to improving indoor air quality in our shared public spaces. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that the air in our shared indoor spaces isn't as clean as we think. COVID and many other serious infectious diseases like measles are mainly transmitted through the air, and the risk is especially high in poorly ventilated spaces. The Ontario Building Code relies on Ventilation Standard 62.1, written by the American Society of Heating, Ventilation, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRAE for short. However, this code is rarely enforced after construction. Compliance is assumed, but only checked when someone complains. Many Toronto buildings, including our public schools, do not comply with ASHRAE 62.1. And now we face multiple challenges that ASHRAE 62.1 is not designed for. Air pollution from climate change-related events, air pollution in our built environment, including microplastics and airborne diseases. ASHRAE has issued updated guidance, but Toronto has made no moves to implement this latest guidance. And at present, the TransformTO net strategy doesn't include an indoor air quality policy, which means that the health of building occupants may be overlooked during any HVAC retrofits to reduce energy consumption. By overlooking indoor air quality as part of net zero strategy, we may be setting the stage for another version of sick building syndrome, with high levels of illness and poor health amongst building occupants. We're urging the city to include the following in the TransformTO net zero strategy. 1, a citywide indoor air quality policy and bylaw that follows the latest recommendations from ASHRAE and the Ontario Society of Professional Engineers for managing airborne disease transmission and fine particulate PM2.5 air pollution. 2, a program to accelerate indoor air quality improvement in Toronto's buildings, including incentives for HVAC upgrades and retrofits that meet the policy laid out in 1. And 3, an IAQ monitoring system for indoor air levels of CO2 and PM2.5 for municipal buildings, public schools, and childcare centers. A clean indoor air policy which includes IAQ monitoring would align with the city's goal of reducing emissions and increasing our resilience to the effects of climate change and related air pollution. It would also help to protect the Toronto's residents from airborne diseases and future pandemics. An incentive program for HVAC upgrades that includes IQ monitoring could be integrated with our TransformTO program, and it would meet the city's budget priorities by maintaining a state of good repair, investing in climate action and resilience, and increasing accessibility. Now, I mentioned that we're concerned about ongoing efforts to implement HVAC upgrades that overlook the importance of the health of building occupants. But what we're really concerned about is the use of demand-controlled ventilation for energy savings, where there's placement of a CO2 sensor in the air handling ducts of a building rather than in each room or ventilation zone of the building. This disregards ASHRAE's guideline, which states that a CO2 sensor must be placed in each room or ventilation zone of the building, and that ventilation should be controlled to the room or zone with the lowest ventilation rate. Placing a CO2 sensor in the air handling ducts gives you a building-wide average of CO2. It does not show which rooms are not receiving adequate ventilation. We're especially concerned about the indoor air quality in Toronto's public schools and childcare centers, particularly the TDSB. We know that buildings are a primary source of emissions. Well, TDSB has 582 school buildings, which emitted nearly 120,000 tons of CO2 in 2022 and 23. Their net zero target date is 2050. Now, due to chronic underfunding, 84% of TDSB schools are in a state of disrepair. And it's been known since at least 2015 that many TDSB schools have poor indoor air quality. It's impacting learning outcomes. It's led to the spread of airborne diseases within the school community and spilling out into the surrounding communities. Now, considering that these buildings are the backbone of Toronto's communities, we ask that the city consider possible avenues to assist the TDSB so that they can accelerate their timeline to achieve net zero in order to better align with the city's target date of 2040. With retrofits that provide a minimum clean air delivery rate, we can support the health of our students and education staff, greatly improve learning and productivity outcomes, while reducing the burden of illness, not just within the school community, but all surrounding communities, because we're all interconnected.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, you finished. Thank you very much, Louise. You're right on time. Are there any questions for Louise today? If not, thank you very much for being here and making that deputation for this important item. Much appreciated. Take this back now into recess. So we'll recess still till 1:30 and be back here, and we'll start with this item and have our other items we have to clear up too. Thank you. Oda was here earlier, and he does have some time pressures because he's coming on Wheel-Trans. So if you don't mind, we'll hear from him and hear his deputation, and then we'll take that under consideration when we come back to consistent bike lane rules. Then we'll go back to Transform. We're just bouncing around a little bit, but we really want to accommodate you, Oda. So if you'd like to speak to us for 5 minutes as part of your deputation, we're very happy to hear from you. Thank you very much. And when you're set up, okay, I'm going to start your time when you're ready. You ready?
Yep, ready.
Okay. Off you go. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm a wheelchair user for over 2 decades. I'm an advocate, content creator, and I work for a nonprofit that helps people with spinal cord injuries and other disabilities. I've always tried to be active and contributing member of society. But there's always been barriers along the way, like housing and employment and accessibility, and the most prominent being transportation. It's hard for everybody, but navigating it with a disability and special needs makes it much harder. To have a job and a social life and participate in recreational activities, you need to show up. So that means getting from A to B. Accessible transportation options in the city are seriously lacking. We're lucky enough to, I will acknowledge we're lucky enough to have options like the subway and Wheel-Trans. We have accessible Ubers, but they all have serious issues. Ubers can get expensive. The subways is difficult to navigate in rush hour. Not all stations have elevators, even though they should by now, and other issues. So in the past year, I was able to greatly improve how I get around the city when I got an e-bike attachment. It's a new category of power assist for wheelchairs. It attaches to my wheelchair and effectively turns it into an e-bike that goes up to 30 kilometers an hour. So I was able to navigate the city a lot quicker. Last year, I clocked over 4,000 kilometers because it became my main method of transportation. And I was able to get to explore other activities. I was able to meet people. I regularly sail at the National Yacht Club at the waterfront. So I was able to get a lot more opportunities through cycling. So I see this concern about larger e-mopeds and e-motorcycles and the bike lanes, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to highlight the different uses of bike lanes, how I'm using it as a person with a different mobility device and a e-bike that's not conventional. So I asked today to highlight that there should be more clarifications. What's allowed in the bike lanes? What's allowed in the bike lanes? I don't think more enforcement is needed. I think what we need is more clarification. For example, even myself, it's my understanding that I'm not legally allowed to use the bike lanes because I have a 3-wheeled vehicle. It's my 2 wheels of my wheelchair and the 1 attachment. So there should be, things are not black and white. There are people with disabilities that use these lanes and get around the city. And then we also want to address the inequities in the bylaws for not just people like myself who have visible disabilities and use a wheelchair. There are all sorts of different disabilities, invisible disabilities, people that might need assisted recumbent bikes that are also 3 wheels. So yeah, I just wanted to share my perspective and how I use the bike lanes, the importance of having safe bike lanes and the design of the city, how we can get around and not rely on cars or unreliable methods like Ubers. So thank you for listening. That's what I wanted to say.
Thanks very much, Oda. Any questions for Oda? No? Thank you very much for waiting and staying through lunch. I'm sorry that we...
No worries, thank you.
Okay. That's great. The clerk has just suggested that while we're at it on this item, that we just also hear from Michael. So we've heard from both things together, and then we can go back to TransformTO for our questions and discussion, and then do this one after. Is that okay, Michael? Yeah, that's great. Okay, great. Good. We'll just put everything in one package. Using presentation? Do you need some help from clerks?
I might, yes, but I might have
Can we get a little IT help here for Mike? Oh, it's up now? Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So, I mean, it's a tough act to follow. Thanks, Oda, for taking the time today and, yeah, for sort of speaking on this issue. My name is Michael Longfield. I'm the Executive Director of Cycle Toronto. And, you know, before we begin, I think there's a lot of merit in this, so I thank Councillor Sachs for bringing it forward. Like, Oda, you know, this is my full-time job. Well, not that this is Oda's full-time job, but being a cycling advocate and getting into the weeds of these bylaws. And I admit I'm sometimes confused about where things are allowed and what they're not. And I think like a lot of road users sometimes feel very frustrated, but I think it's important to keep in mind within all of this, there's a difference between feeling frustrated and your safety. And I think that needs to underpin this conversation. I do want to highlight, of course, you know, that people on bikes are fighting over, or all road users are fighting over very limited space. You know, this is a map of Toronto's cycle tracks. You know, it's about 104 kilometers right now. You know, if the Premier has his way, that'll get down to about 80 kilometers. You know, this is about a road network, cycling network that's about 334 kilometers. I'm sure Barbara knows it even better than I do. But yeah, so like obviously, you know, there are tens of thousands of people that are relying on bikes, and there's not a lot of space for us. So sometimes, you know, we get frustrated. Something I want to keep in mind on this as well is I think, you know, one of the things we hear a lot is there's actually a lot of like, I would say good faith confusion from folks. So, you know, like if you go to Canadian Tire, for example, and I'm not trying to pick on Canadian Tire per se, but you can buy an e-scooter, like a powered e-scooter that is technically not legal to use anywhere in Toronto, and you can pick it up and buy it and walk out of the store. You know, they've got lots of models here right now, lots of sales. And, you know, they do have a disclaimer. You know, what should I know before scooting? Always check your local laws before heading out so you know where you're permitted to ride. You know, I understand the City of Toronto has limited tools to enforce this, but at the same time, you know, I would caution to, you know, over-rely on enforcement when I think that it's not clear to people what they're buying, what's allowed to use. And when you look at our streets and you see people using them, you just assume it's allowed and legal. You know, Cycle Toronto has been doing some engagement sessions with gig workers across the city. You know, one of the things we've been doing is trying to share some of the information that the city provides on its own website. You know, again, Ms. Gray's team is doing a fantastic job with this. And, you know, it's trying to make clear to folks so that they know, like, based on the type of vehicle that they have, what's allowed to use where and what. So, you know, and you can see it starts getting into some kind of gray zones. You know, the province has its own regulations about what is or isn't an e-bike. You know, from a provincial standpoint, an e-bike is up to like 120 kilograms, which is just like a massive vehicle. But, you know, in terms of our bylaws, we say only 40 kilograms. So there end up being these like differentiations between the type of vehicle, and it can be kind of subtle to an end user. And then even the differentiation between the type of infrastructure. Again, you know, I don't think folks are thinking about like, hey, what's the difference between, you know, a buffered bike lane versus a protected cycle track versus a multi-use trail, and sort of know the difference. And especially if it means when they're traveling that they then have to make a decision of like, okay, so am I now gonna ride on the road, try to find another route and end up on the sidewalk? Again, I think there are a lot of really good faith errors that kind of come out of this. You know, we did, again, just some of the survey results. This isn't scientific because, you know, it's not like we were polling a representative sample, but it kind of gives you a sense of the type of feedback we were getting from gig workers. You know, most of the folks, like 81% are using pedal e-bikes. I think only about 5% between e-scooters and standing e-scooters are the types of vehicles I think a lot of us are concerned about here. And then two, in terms of familiarity with the rules, only 15% of folks that we spoke to were aware of all these rules. And, a big part of what we're trying to do is to educate people so that they're not subject to these kinds of fines. But again, there's just not a lot of transparency around them or a lot of understanding around them. I do want to highlight as well, I think it was last year, this committee approved a motion on the micromobility strategy. There are like 3 recommendations in particular that I think Cycle Toronto is very keen to see where we end up on that with hopefully a report that's coming later this year. But again, it would sort of, this council requests MTO for more clarification around this. That again, look at licensing the app delivery companies themselves to put the burden of responsibility on education and rules on them. And also to look at Transport Canada to regulate these types of things, again, so that there's more clarity at a consumer level when they go and buy stuff. And lastly, again, I want to put this in the context of, Vision Zero priorities. I definitely agree that, a lot of these vehicles can feel very frustrating and lead to a lot of, anger on our roads. But, unfortunately, at the end of the day, the people are being killed on our roads because of collisions with drivers and automobiles. And, when you factor in larger SUVs, larger trucks, and speed, that's the result of what's causing people to be seriously killed and injured on our streets. So again, I think it's good that we're tackling this issue. I think it's important that we clarify some rules like we saw with ODA, but we need to stay focused on the real issue on our streets. Thanks.
Thank you. I had to do a hybrid on your clocks. Gave you 2 minutes. I had to give you 3 minutes.
Yeah,
more,
thanks for your time.
Any questions for Michael? Just on your chart about, what are you calling a pedal e-bike?
Like a normal looking, like a conventional looking bike with a motor, or like a larger motorcycle style? There's a whole bunch of categories.
An e-bike that doesn't require pedaling, and there's an e-bike that requires pedaling.
Yeah, so.
Your dividing line?
There is, but there's industry dividing lines, and then there's like the various provinces have their rules. It's kind of a difference between throttle and pedal assist is often how they're described. But, Transport Canada used to regulate all these e-bikes, and just before the pandemic, they downloaded it to the province. So if you go to different provinces, there are different rules between what's considered an e-bike or not. Yeah.
I'm asking your thought on that. If you can motor without any pedaling, what would you call that?
That's a throttle e-bike, and if it met what the US calls a Class 2 e-bike, I think that would be a really great vehicle for a lot of road users.
Thank you. Other questions? We'll come back to the whole discussion after we go back. So thank you for your patience.
Thanks.
We're going to go back to the other item, which is TransformTO Net Zero Strategy. Thanks. Okay, everybody ready to slip back? Get all the staff ready? We're moving from roads back to many other things. Go ahead. And I think we're at questions of staff, correct? Yep. All right, thanks. Who's got questions of staff for item IE 22.9, TransformTO Net Zero Strategy 2024 Annual Report and Implementation Progress? Councillor Sapp.
Yes, thank you. So, thank you for this. We had some interesting comments from the deputy. So first of all, from the vegetarian folks, suggested, first of all, that we should update the Live Green website to give more clarity about food and the impact of food. Is that something that we can do, and if so, when?
To the chair, yes, we can look at Live Green. We can constantly update the Live Green website for new information, so we can look at that for food as well.
Okay. And the second suggestion was to have a Plantlicious or some kind of week to celebrate plant-based diets in Toronto. Is that something that you're willing to discuss with Pat Tobin?
To the chair, yes, I'm happy to talk about that with Pat. We are not participating in the existing Summerlicious or Winterlicious, so I wouldn't know what that would look like from a resource perspective, et cetera, but I'm happy to engage Pat, and I've already reached out to him.
Right, so whether we do a separate week or we make it a flavor in Summerlicious, I mean, Summerlicious doesn't have a climate aspect, but focusing on plant-based food would, and, okay, so at least you're going to follow that up. More generally, we heard the man complaining that TransformTO destroys everything. If we don't address climate pollution, what are the consequences for our city? Try to keep the answer shortish.
I don't think I have enough time to go through all, but there are significant impacts, whether it's health impacts, economic impacts. We're doing work now on risk and vulnerability. We've seen major storm events that have cost in the billions of dollars. A lot of those are currently covered off through insurance. That over time will likely be less of an area that insurance is willing to continue to provide for, or the costs will go up. It's again,
Okay,
a
I'll
long,
take
long
that.
story, but there are significant costs associated with climate.
Right. Do you agree that the absolute, given that TransformTO is based on Scope 1 and Scope 2 production emissions, not consumption, the backbone of TransformTO is to get fossil gas use down in buildings, right?
That's right. TransformTO is based on sector-based emissions, so Scope 1 and 2. We look at consumption, but we are focused through TransformTO on fossil gas and in buildings and vehicles primarily.
Right. But the major source is buildings, and if we don't get that down dramatically, we are not going to achieve our goals or be able to do our job on climate, right?
That's correct. Our largest source of emissions, always around 56 to 57%.
Right. So given that we estimate 3/4 of the buildings that'll be here in 2050 are here already, Toronto Green standards are great, but they don't help us with existing buildings. So the tool that's been long identified for existing buildings is a building emission performance standard, and you're going to bring us a report in the fall. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what are your plans for rolling out public engagement, getting the public to understand what's coming, why it matters, and what the benefits are?
So we have been engaging over the last year in various forms. A lot of that has been technical, as well as broad public engagement, understanding what the challenges are to implement retrofits. And we do have a plan for further engagement with the public, as well as kind of more focused stakeholders during the summer. And so we'll have more information out to councillors in the next little while related to that. But there is a plan that we put together that builds on a lot of engagement already.
But a big public push this summer.
That's correct.
All right. And when do you expect that you'll have that public push starting that we can then tell our constituents about?
That will be in the coming weeks. We hope to get information out to councillors probably in the next 2 weeks, but really we're talking about June, July. Obviously August sometimes becomes a bit of a challenge as people are more deep into a holiday period.
Right. Now, in addition to a regulatory backstop, we also need to have assistance in education programs. We need carrots and sticks.
That's correct. And we'll be bringing along with our work some opportunities for programs and incentives and other activities, education, all kinds of stuff, as well as we're looking to look at some opportunities to move a few of those quicker in the near term.
Right. And you've got an alphabet soup of programs. It's really hard to make sense of. What are you doing to simplify the package of assistance and incentives so that people can understand it and access it?
Last question.
And so as part of our work through the budget, we did identify a new program. It, at the time, was called Bulk Buy. It's not really the right name, and it's more of a concierge one-window support to help people to work their way through this to adopt clean technologies and low-carbon technologies. And we'll be providing more information about that in the near term. We've been working on it since the budget.
I thought we had 5 minutes.
No.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
There, my little timer. Great. Thank you. I'm not very good at the clock, and I thank you very much to the clerk who's given me a lot of help here with the clock. You had some questions, Councillor? Yeah. I put your clock on.
Thank you. Buildings are a significant contributor to Toronto's overall emissions profile, as Councillor Sachs mentioned, over 50% of community-wide emissions, in fact. And in recent weeks, many concerns have been raised regarding the impact of Bill 17. the Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act, particularly on our ability to mitigate building-related emissions, specifically through the Toronto Green Standard. Can staff advise on these impacts?
I'll start. I know we have folks from planning here. We have been working on that based on the direction from council to report back on the impacts of Bill 17. So anticipating a report will be coming to executive committee next week. So there's still work to finalize that. I don't want to preempt the report, but I think there'll be more information soon available for all councillors as well as the public.
Okay. Similarly, concerns have been raised around Bill 5's overriding environmental regulations, particularly in light of comments from the Premier regarding his consideration of a special economic zone designation for the Highway 401 tunnel project. How are we preparing for the impacts of this legislation within our TransformTO planning going forward? And I know this is one of Mike Cole's big issues too, is that tunnel. So how are we planning for that?
I'll start, but I'll invite my colleagues from transportation or planning to also weigh in. I think as part of TransformTO, we would be building into our modeling and our future-looking work to understand what the impact would that be. More cars, potentially more congestion coming onto local roads off of an increased or a highway with increased capacity. So we would be building that in to understand kind of a systems impact from an emissions perspective of more vehicles, and how then that might need to translate into other goals, whether it's around transit, electric vehicles, or active transportation.
Have staff communicated to our counterparts at the province about the disruption these policy interventions cause in our ability to effectively implement our decarbonization strategies?
I will speak for myself. We have a lot of engagement with the province, and we share on numerous occasions the impacts from a climate perspective as well as a broader environmental perspective on how changes impact. We've delegated at standing committees, and I've delegated at standing committees in the past, as well as providing numerous both staff and council endorsed input through the environmental registry.
Okay, thank you.
Last question. Are there more questioners? No? Councillor Morley? No? All right, we'll move to speakers. Thank you. Our motions, does anybody have a motion or want to speak on this?
I don't have a motion, but I do want to recognize that this work is incredibly important. It gets harder every time Doug Ford passes a bill. It keeps getting harder just as the fires burn hotter, the smoke gets thicker. Friday we had worse air quality, I believe, in Toronto than Beijing or Mumbai or the famously most polluted places in the world because of the wildfires. Some of the wildfires that are burning now started in 2023 and haven't stopped yet. The forecasts of fire risk for this summer are just off the charts. And we know that every year that the climate chaos gets worse, it gets harder to prepare for resilience. It gets harder to reduce our emissions. We get more infrastructure damage. We get more disruption of people's health. This problem is going to get more and more wicked every year goes by. And, since Lord Stern's report in 2007, it's been clear that acting quicker is cheaper, and that for almost everyone, we'll be better off the faster we move on climate action. So James Nolan and his team are working really, really, really hard, and we're still not catching up. Where the climate change is moving faster than we are, at the very same time that the province is cutting the legs out from under us. So we have to keep doing as much as we can, but I just cannot overemphasize the importance of the building emission performance standards that will be coming to us this fall. We cannot do what we need to do without them. And so a really good public engagement campaign starting as soon as possible is critically important. I know there's been lots of discussion with stakeholders, but the general public has never heard of it. So this is really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishes to speak? No? Then we will just take this into our committee for a vote. Did somebody wish to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Chernos Lynn, and thank you very much to staff for your ongoing work for this important file and for your 2024 annual report. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We'll just jump to the consistent bike lane use because Michael's still here and might want to hear that conversation. So this came on, might be questions of staff. I think this was a letter in May. Councillor Sachs asking for staff to report back, correct? Did you have any questions about it before we move to approve that?
Need to speak to it, though.
Any questions? Okay, no questions, then we'll move to speak. Pardon? That's fine. Please go ahead. I'm putting your clock on properly. Go ahead.
Yes, so we have a confusion right now, and you heard from the deputants. Certainly I see it every day out on the streets. I've spoken to many of the gig riders gunning down the bike lanes on their motorized vehicles, which absolutely don't belong there, and they don't know. And the rules are so confusing. They're different for bike lanes and from cycle tracks. And other than Michael and me, there cannot be more than a handful of people in the city who know the difference or can tell which is which. Because in some places, think about Bloor, in some places the bike lane is elevated, in some places it's got bollards, in some places it's just got paint. People cannot tell what we're talking about. We have a map, but almost nobody knows what it is. So we're having two separate rules, one for cycle tracks and one for bike lanes, is incomprehensible. And having different rules as to what is allowed in each one is incomprehensible. And so we have created a situation where there is enormous public fury about the danger created by the mopeds, the crashes that they're causing, pedestrians being terrified, the lack of understanding by the gig workers, and that situation can't be fixed when our rules are incomprehensible. So we need a clear, simple, straightforward rule that a 9-year-old can explain. And with that, we then have an opportunity to do the kind of education, then followed by enforcement, that has a chance to make a difference. But when our rules are spaghetti, we get spaghetti sauce. I don't know, we get a mess, right? We need clear rules, and we don't have them yet, so I'm asking the transportation come back with advice, and I hope that we will not make a distinction as to what can be used where, because people can't tell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else comment on that? No, thank you. I'll just ask. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this also, hopefully this will address not just who's allowed in the bike lane. I mean, I know we do have rules about the sidewalks, but it feels like there's confusion around that too. And I get I'm sure you do too, I get a lot of emails about that. Will this include that as well? Just making sure that
No.
Certainly the education campaign needs to include that.
This one doesn't. I did a motion about sidewalks 2 years ago, and transportation will tell you I continue to pester them about this. But I was able to get Uber and the food companies for the first time ever, after my motion in 2023, to actually put in their written instructions to their riders, you are not allowed on the sidewalk. That had never happened before, and it did bring down the number of riders on the sidewalk. It needs refreshing because the riders churn. And we can raise that again when we talk to the gig workers, but at the moment this is just dealing with the confusion on the bike lanes, which is a legal problem that we created. The sidewalks is an Uber problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just briefly speak. I'm very happy you brought this motion, Councillor, and looking forward to staff kind of discerning what's motorized, what isn't, what can go on its own, what can't, and any special tags of any kind, like for ODA, because he requires that, but just 3 wheels. So to really parse everything and bring that back for thinking about what we would be doing with that. So if you have a motorized vehicle that you don't need to do anything but turn it on and drive it, is that a motorized vehicle, or is that what's the difference between that and something you have to pedal? I think that's really the dividing line that we're looking for here, and I'm interested in your thinking. I'd suggest that we make sure we make right decisions, so taking our time to put the categories properly, and then what some of the output might be from that. If you're on the road and you have a motor, you do have to have a license for that. And I don't know if that's something you've ever thought about, but it's not for bikes, it's for if you're motorized. That I think the public would be interested in thinking about that too. I don't know how difficult it is, but I'm sure it'll be part of your thinking. So thanks for bringing the motion. And now we'll move to approve that. You're moving to approve with the amendment. We'll move for Councillor Sax's. Did you put another motion? Yes. No, we just have the letter. Okay, we're moving the letter. You're moving that. All in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. So we now have 2 more items left, and I just think we should do salt pollution and then come back to the last item number 1 at the end, if that's okay. Unless you want to do item number 1 now. We'll do that first and get the speakers that are waiting here all day, they can leave. Are they online? Is Claire Malcolmson online? Anna Richardson, Nicole Corrado, where are you? Anna Richardson is online. So Anna, we're happy to hear from you today. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, it worked. Okay, good. Hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to present today. I'm representing Friends of Smythe Park. We formed because many of us became alarmed with the clear and progressive degradation of the park over the years, and we wanted to save it. This little-known park is an oasis in an underserved area. People from many countries meet here and find new friends. Our common connection is the enjoyment of being in nature. It is rich in cultural heritage with Carrying Place, an ancient First Nations trail traversing it. It was part of Conn Smythe's sand and gravel pit. When he closed up his business, he donated the land to the city of York, to the community, to form a park. Because it's meters from the Humber River and along a migratory path, for the birds, the wildlife that lives and visits this park is spectacular. However, we've noticed a decline in every species that has been here over the past few years. This year, the snapping turtle, 3 snapping turtles and 1 Midland painted turtle were found dead. We don't know why, but there are some clues. The state of the ponds has been a major concern for some time. I'm not aware of any maintenance ever been given to them since they were formed. As a result of this neglect, the silt is very high, which means that the water is shallow, and because of the overflow, grates are now close to the same level as the new bottom of the ponds. An urban water scientist was testing the salt on the ground just meters from one of the ponds by Scarlet Road, and she told me that the level of salt was shockingly high in comparison to other test sites that are comparable. So we know that the road salt levels are very high in this park, and we know that the vegetation is not growing at the bottom of the ponds for the animals to eat. The silt is probably holding a great deal of the road salt. With less water in the ponds and continuous amount of road salt being received in them, from the concentration is climbing. You may recall the algae blooms in Grenadier Pond last year with the fish die-off and turtle hatchlings from the park had to be released outside of High Park because the pond was too polluted. Last year, we had several fish die in Smythe Park too, but we don't know why. We're currently monitoring the ponds for algae, which can have a devastating effect on the wildlife there. The algae blooms are caused by road salt. There's a road that traverses the wildlife area of the park with the ponds a few meters on either side. This is consistently oversalted. There are often piles of salt left by the speed bumps and piles in the parking lot. I'm hoping that this motion will also help with the amount of salt spread in our parks and nearby watersheds. The road salt is affecting our entire ecosystem in a terrible way. Much research has been conducted that clearly indicates the importance of green space for human, physical, and mental health. The community is very busy in the park now trying to protect it. We're also part of Rockcliffe Smythe's worst flooded area in the GTA. When it floods here, the small, gentle old Black Creek, sadly encased in cement, turns into a raging river that sweeps through the park, taking wildlife with it and filling the ponds with a toxic stew of raw sewage and cacophony of other toxic substances, including high amounts of road salt. Our group is desperately working hard to protect our oasis, but we need your help, and this motion will help this. We have the Toronto Nature Stewards active in the park, as well as the turtle protectors, who just last night were dealing with an emergency when a boy caught a turtle by the mouth with his fishing hook. Because there's not much space for the turtles to hide in the shallow waters, nor much food to them to eat, this did not come as a surprise. Events like this are traumatizing for the community. Many came out last night to help. An Indigenous collective has held several events in the park and helped to heal the water and the earth. The community participated with building medicine garden and meeting place to share Indigenous teachings with us. The reality is that we cannot heal this way without your help. There's a global movement called Rights of Nature. Canada's own Maud Barlow is very involved with Global Alliance of Rights of Nature. There is something that is missing when we talk about road salt. When will we treat our watersheds with the respect they deserve? We talk about gray and green infrastructure.
10 seconds.
It is time we also talk about blue infrastructure. Water is life. We are water. It is time for us to take better care of it. By passing this motion, you will not just be helping Smythe Park, but all parks and watersheds. The science is there. The numbers are crunched.
Thank you.
Councillor Sack's motion helps everyone and all life. Let us protect what we have. Please vote in favor of this motion.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much. We have our next deputy. Any questions to the deputant?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, thank you very much for all your volunteer work on the park and for your support of the motion. Have you, through your counselor, asked for assistance to get the pond dredged, if that would help with the turtles and other creatures?
It's a battle between who does that, the TRCA or Parks. TRCA says Parks does it. Parks says TRCA does it. Yes, we have approached her, and no, we haven't gotten anywhere. But I think dredging is what's needed at this point. Yeah, it's so bad. They need to be dredged. And it's perfect location to do it because the animals can be switched to other ponds while they're dredging one. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your information on Smythe. I'll just note that we are directing this to the province. So I'm sure that Councillor Sachs can help you, and I know she'd love to help you with that situation in Smythe Park. Thank you. Claire Malcolmson, you are up next. Thank you. Waiting to get you online, Claire. Starting your time.
I am online. There we go.
There we go. Thanks. Welcome. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I think just for the sake of time and efficiency, I'm just going to speak. So thanks so much for having me today. My name is Claire Malcolmson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition. I've been involved with environmental advocacy for over 20 years, and it's really mostly been focused on freshwater. So I'm here today in my capacity. I'm actually a resident of Toronto, and I live in Scarborough, and have lived in Toronto pretty much my whole life. So I appreciate your leadership on this and the importance of Toronto supporting this motion symbolically. I am also here today on behalf of the Ontario Salt Pollution Coalition, which Anna Louise is part of as well. We're a collection of groups from Niagara to Sudbury. We realized that salt pollution is an issue of emerging concern that is having impacts today. Once we all started to look at it a little more closely, we realized we really need to act. And it's quite hard, as you know, to advance environmental initiatives in Ontario right now. But one of the reasons that we have some optimism and hope for this campaign is that it's not just environmentalists and people who are concerned about their dog's paws that are interested in this motion. It's also the folks that are part of the snow and ice management sector. And I know you've received some letters of support or potentially presentation from them today as well. So I'll let them speak for them. But I just wanted to really make clear why this is an ecological problem that connects to a number of other environmental problems. So the species that are very sensitive to salt are ones that we probably don't notice in our ecosystem. They are the benthic invertebrates and the zooplankton that live in streams and ponds that feed our lakes. And of course, those creatures also feed the fish that are fished in our lakes. Lake Ontario still has a vibrant sport fishing sector, and so does Lake Simcoe. And these, not so much in Toronto, because Toronto is such an economic engine in so many ways, but at places like Lake Simcoe and Muskoka and Ravenhurst and Huntsville, I mean, all across Ontario, the strength of the tourism sector relies on the strength of the health of the lakes. And so we have to feed the fish in the lakes or they won't live. So this may be obvious to some, but I don't think everybody knows that. So the zooplankton, basically like tiny little shrimp, if you can picture them, they're just a few millimeters in size. And in the Muskoka Lakes, some scientists have been looking at how sensitive zooplankton are to different levels of salt. And they have found that, in fact, in their softwater lakes in the Canadian Shield, the acute and the chronic levels of salt pollution that we work with currently in Canada actually don't speak to that ecosystem. So in addition to supporting the request of the snow and ice management sector to be regulated, to have standardized best management practices, et cetera, and to be for everyone who pays for salt management to reap the financial benefits of using less salt. The environment is very much dependent on having a much lower amount of salt in it. And by passing this motion today, you would also really be helping out tourism across Southern Ontario. And we really need the province to step forward with a stakeholder advisory committee to bring all this information together so that we can advise on what are appropriate levels of salt pollution for the different types of water bodies that we have in Ontario. And I'm happy to leave it there. I'm really grateful for this committee's support today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here today.
I just want to say thank you for organizing this. Sorry, try that again. I just want to say thank you for organizing the campaign.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Thank you. Deputant is Nicole Corrado. Thank you.
Hi. I was just going to say that I definitely agree with what the last person was saying. I think that I read an article by the fur bearer defenders in Ontario, Ottawa Riverkeeper, and what they said is that the salt not only harms the fishes and the shrimp, but it also harms many mammals and birds. It harms a lot of animals because they're not designed to live in a saltwater environment. These are freshwater creatures. And also the study by the Ottawa Riverkeeper, it was done without any animal testing. Like it was done, no animal testing. They just looked at the levels of salt in the water, and they know like how that it was at a level that could be toxic to other animals. And I watched an interesting thing with shrimp yesterday. Shrimp themselves are actually quite sentient and quite complex. They're actually quite fascinating. But yeah, there are definitely alternatives to salts. The city does not need to be using the amount of salt they use. They really should be using something that's a lot friendlier to the trees, a lot friendlier to the animals. something that's not going to turn Lake Ontario into the Dead Sea, because we really don't need the amount of salt that Toronto is putting out. That there's plenty of pet-friendly and tree-friendly and environmentally friendly alternatives that are completely non-toxic. And I mean, salt's non-toxic, but really at that amount, it's not good. But there are lots of alternatives, and I think the city of Toronto needs to be looking at the alternatives, but also looking at permeable pavement, so that not possibly looking at sidewalks that maybe you don't need as much salt, say that are permeable, so that perhaps not complete pavement, but has maybe something, you know, that can grow that might not produce much ice buildup, and also wouldn't have as much runoff.
Is that it, Nicole?
Yeah, I guess that
Okay,
would be
that's
it.
great. Thank you. Thanks for being here today. Appreciate that. Thanks for your thoughts. Okay, we'll bring this into committee. Questions of staff? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. First of all, to parks, do you have, and what opportunities do you have to reduce the amount of salt that's placed on paths and trails within parks, especially near watercourses and water bodies?
Through the chair, so we do use salting practices specific where we plow for vehicle use within park roads. Where we have trails, we do use alternatives such as sand on top of salt as well.
Do you have any, I mean, this is not the first time I've heard complaints about seeing visible salt left on trails in parks. What opportunities do we have to reduce excess salt use in parks?
Through the chair, we have looked at alternative methods. We've actually piloted in 2021 and 2022. We piloted an alternative method to salt, which is basically a material that heats up the sun and breaks apart the ice. It wasn't necessarily effective, but we continue to look at other alternatives. We do also reduce the amount of salt that we have, and we do not utilize it in environmentally significant areas or areas that have naturally significant occurrences.
Okay. If residents such as the Friends of Smythe Park have a concern about a particular area or particular pond, or if they see visible salt on the ground in those areas, how should they communicate that to you?
They can email us at our parkstoronto.ca email. They can also contact the local park supervisor or my office directly, and we're happy to help them. From what I do understand, I believe we do work with the Friends of Smythe Park, and we're happy to connect back with them specifically on a couple of the issues that they mentioned.
Thank you, appreciate that. Mrs. Ferraza, what opportunities does the city have to reduce excess salt use? Certainly after every winter storm, people send me photos of heaps of salt on the sidewalks, and bus stops and so on. We know safety is important. Don't want to compromise safety, but how can we achieve safety with less excess salt?
So through the chair, we do also look at alternative mixtures of salt usage. So for instance, in the past, we've looked at calcium chloride, maximum chloride mixtures to mixed results. In 2025, we'll be working with TRCA and Toronto Metropolitan University on piloting the use of more direct liquid application, which we do right now. That's where you have a brine mixture instead of just using rock salt. So we are going to be working with those two stakeholders to look at where DLA can be used more often or in other situations. And there are other alternatives that we are also going to be looking at in 25 and 26. We're also looking at artificial intelligence application with our salt spreaders, where information collected based on the condition of the road, the atmosphere, will feed into the salt spreading unit and determine what is the appropriate application rate based on those conditions. Okay. So we are looking at alternatives to reduce the amount of salt without compromising safety.
Right. So the particular problem of heaps of salt in a particular place, what causes that? Is that a malfunction with the equipment? Is it operator error? And what can we do to fix it?
Again, through the chair, what usually happens is that's when you have the vehicle at a stop. And then when it starts again, you might have some salt buildup in the spinner, or in some cases, for some of our sidewalk machines, they're just gravity fed, the salt. So there are times which you have the machine at a standstill, stopping for a particular reason. And then when it starts again, because there's some salt buildup, there might be an additional amount of salt going down. We are working with our contractors that in the event that that happens, that we want the operator to stop and collect some of that salt so that it doesn't pose any issues.
So again, since we see this every year, and I get many photos, how do you want people to report it to you, and what action will you take when you get the photos?
So they can certainly report it to us either through a 311, through a service request. Also, we could provide a contact in addition to 311 where they can provide that information. And we will continue to work with our contractors to ensure that in the event that that does happen, that the operator does in fact deal with that issue. Collect photos, let us know that it's been resolved.
Right. Are there consequences for the contractors for leaving lumps of salt behind?
I don't believe we have a liquidated damage for excessive salt left behind. That's something that we can look at possibly adding to the contract, but I don't believe there is one.
All right. Will you undertake to talk with your contractors that this is an important issue to councillors and constituents, and we want it handled better this year?
Absolutely, we'll engage to do that this winter, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Then Councillor, who would like to speak? Councillor Sachs?
Yeah, I have a motion based on the letter from the association. Let's see, the name of the association is the Landscape Ontario Horticultural Trades Association, and they asked that contractors yeah, perfect. Two things in my motion. One is that the contractors asked to be included in the legislation, not just the property owners and managers, but also the people they hire actually put the salt down, and who are the ones who are putting the vastly excessive amount of salt. They know it's vastly excessive, but they're doing it because both they, their insurers, and their clients are afraid of liability. And the second thing is I was asked by the Salt Pollution Coalition to add that our letter should also go to the Attorney General of Ontario and not just the Minister of Municipal Affairs. This is a problem that I studied in detail when I was the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario. My last report on fresh water, I looked at unmanaged major threats to potable water in Ontario, and excess salt use by contractors was one of the 4 that I looked at. And it was really clear then that the lack of provincial legislation is the critical problem here that leads to vastly excessive salt use, and that what the answer ought to be. And yet, surprise, surprise, there's been no action by the province ever since. And in the meantime, the salt pollution of creeks, rivers, ponds is getting considerably worse, and the ability of turtles and wildlife of all kinds to survive it is eroding. So it's worth trying one more time. I mean, there are some things for the city to do better, but the big problems are the private contractors. They're not the city itself. So the Salt Pollution Coalition asked for our support to pass this resolution, send this message to the province. We know that the province immediately jumps to and does everything we ask them to, but at least we can join our colleague municipalities in asking for action. And since the contractors and the building owners and municipalities all agree that this would be helpful, maybe we'll get somewhere. So please support the amendments and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other motions or speakers here today? No, thank you. Then we'll put your motion up. Councillor Sachs, all in favor? Opposed, that carries. Is this now amended? And the item as amended, all in favor? Opposed, and that's carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll go back to item number 1, our long-awaited item number 1. And I think we have dealt with what can be asked in public and what can't be. I'm just looking at legal. Yes, Councillor Sachs, you have that clear? Pardon me? So just a second, we're now on questions of staff on this pilot project. Just to remind everybody, we're back on IE 22.1 automated vehicle pilot deployment in Toronto under the Highway Traffic Act, Ward 4, 5, 9, 11, and 12. Thank you. Councillor Sachs, proceed.
Thank you. All right, so question for staff, based on the information that's been provided to the city, can you assure the public that videos of faces that are taken in the course of this project will not be sent to the United States?
Chair, no, we cannot.
Can you assure the public that the facial data that this company collects will not be sold?
No, we cannot.
Can you assure the public as to the maximum length of time at which this personal information would be maintained?
No, we cannot.
Can you assure the public that we have any protection as to how the facial data will be used?
No, we cannot, although it does speak to compliance with privacy and data protection laws. So.
Okay, now speaking of that, do we have any evidence that the Federal Privacy Commissioner has reviewed this claim?
No, we do not.
Do we have any evidence that the Provincial Privacy Commissioner has reviewed this claim? Okay. Would it be, okay, now in addition, the city wrote to the province with some requests for protecting safety and congestion. Can you assure us that all of your requests were incorporated as binding conditions in the permit?
No, we cannot.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thanks for those questions. I just have a couple of questions myself. Who can terminate the pilot? I think only the province can terminate the pilot, correct?
That's
and
correct.
Is there an end date that you have for that pilot?
The current end date of the provincial pilot based on the regulation is December 31st of 2025.
December 31st, 2025, okay. Thank you. That is their date. That's all I'm asking. Thank you, staff. Do you have any idea where the data will be stored that's collected?
No, we do not.
You don't know that. And I think the data will be crossing the border into the United States, correct? That you know about?
We don't have verification of whether it will stay in Canada or not.
Okay, we'll have that clarified. And do you have any idea who has access to the data that we receive from our roads?
Not specifically, no.
Would they be required, would Magna be required to provide this data to any US or Canadian law enforcement if requested? What would the mechanism be?
We don't know.
You don't know yet, so you'll be telling us that later. And will facial recognition data be shared with law enforcement? I know in Toronto that they can't, but somewhere in another city or in the US? Do you know about if that's possible?
We don't know.
And is there any mechanism for consent? Because you really can't take a lot of pictures of children, as I know. So is there a mechanism for consent for these surveillance?
There's not.
And is there, so if the terms and conditions of the data management were unclear what it is, but who could make those changes to any of the terms and conditions of the data management.
Sorry, through the chair, just to clarify on the fast answer, there is a federal privacy law that would apply to this, to the obligations, right, for Magna. So if that helps to answer your question, what we don't know is what
Privacy law that is required for Magna
to comply with, yes.
to comply with. And does that have anything to do with children? Federal
Well, in terms
privacy
of
law
consent,
cover
in terms of
children?
consent, there's a consent component.
There's a consent requirement.
Yes.
Just to be really clear, under Canadian federal privacy law, there's a consent for exactly what?
There's a host of consent requirements. It's a general standard that the collection be reasonable, so therefore consent can sometimes factor into that.
So reasonable, I don't know how we've determined it's reasonable that there's facial recognition software used in order to see how somebody's looking at crossing the street. Do you find that?
So through the chair, I think there was a question asked previously about commentary from the Federal Privacy Commissioner. That would probably assist the city. Yeah.
That would assist the city, yes, for the Federal Privacy Commissioner. Could the pilot begin without an approval from the Federal Privacy Commissioner?
Through the chair, I believe so, but transportation may know better.
What would the implication be? What powers does the Federal Privacy Commissioner have to protect his public from surveillance of this nature?
Sorry, through the chair, that
Requirements on the surveillance.
there's a requirement that applicants have to follow federal privacy laws.
So have they agreed to follow federal privacy laws, or
Presumably,
do we not
if they've
know that?
applied, and presumably we don't know because we don't have, all the information as staff alluded to.
Yes, so we'll seek that information, but I just want to be clear, crystal clear. In order to run this pilot project, the Magna has to have applied to the Federal Privacy Commissioner. Diane, I'm asking this legal counsel. Thank you. Can I be clear about that again? In order to participate and run a pilot project of this nature, what is the requirement of Magna and the Federal Privacy Commissioner? What is their requirement from?
Through the chair, the application is provided to the province under their regulatory framework, and they have as a requirement through the application that applicants comply with federal privacy laws. Anything involving the commissioner would require a complaint to the commissioner.
So just to be clear, because we're not all lawyers, that the province has this is a provincial pilot, and they have to clear that. Whoever's the applicant has to have that cleared through the feds at some point. No, it's really, I just want to know all the steps.
Through the chair, I'll restate my answer.
Pardon?
I'll restate my
Yes,
answer.
please.
It's a provincial program.
Correct.
An application is made to the province.
Yep.
The province requires as part of the application that the applicant agree to comply with federal privacy laws.
So
with
we
respect
would
the
have to
project.
find out if the applicant has agreed to comply, and if indeed their application does comply, correct? How would we find out if their application complies?
I think that
For our streets?
Through the chair, the federal privacy law is enforced on a complaints basis rather than requiring a proactive application by anybody collecting this sort of data.
So if the city complained, and if we got this as a motion that we're complaining about surveillance collection in this pilot, you're suggesting that we should do that?
I'm suggesting that's an option. But there's no guarantee what the privacy commissioner would choose to do with
Yes.
a request.
But we would have to ask, we would have to complain that we think this is a bridge too far as surveillance and data collection is concerned.
That's my understanding, yes.
That's your understanding. And is that a recommendation that you're making to council to complain to the Federal Privacy Commissioner?
No.
No, we haven't prepared any recommendations about reaching out to the feds about privacy issues.
I'm not sure that, I know Councillor Sachs has a motion, but I'm not sure it's to do that. So we'll see what we've got, but that is not one of your recommendations. There we go. request the advice. Requesting the advice and making a complaint are two different things, are they not?
I would think so.
So it's one thing to ask, it's another thing to say that we think this is a little too intrusive as far as data collection is concerned.
I see the difference between those two things as you describe them.
Pardon me,
I
sorry.
see the difference between those two things as you describe them.
Correct, okay, thank you.
Through the chair, it may be more appropriate for the city to ask for general advice.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Through the chair, it may be more appropriate for the city to simply ask for advice.
I think you said it could only be enforced on a complaint basis.
And based on that advice, the city can then make decisions going forward.
And, sorry, who are we asking for advice? You? City Legal?
Well, you can ask for a report back from legal if you'd like, but I think that the document you were reading from referred to getting advice from the federal commissioner.
Well, sorry, I'm sorry to belabor this, but this is new information that is complaint-based. There's nothing that suggests we should make a complaint. And by the time we do all of that, the pilot will be over. So I think that time is of the essence, and I would like to make sure that my kids and everybody else's kids all the data isn't being sent down for somebody to use somewhere else. And so I'm looking for advice on that, if we need to do that at council to make that complaint, or if you'd like to assist us in that now. I'm a little surprised that we're not moving in that direction. I'm in your hands, councilors.
I think, through the chair, I think part of the issue is that if you'd like to have this discussion in camera, it might be better to discuss.
Oh, then let's go on
merits.
camera, that's fine. I'd like to move to go on camera. This is a very significant issue here, data collection and privacy. Highway Traffic Act. Reason for confidentiality as the attachments to the report contain information explicitly supplied in confidence to the City of Toronto Transportation Services by the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. We'll now go into closed session. 2 minutes to do whatever Matthew needs to do. we ready? The door's open? Are we ready? We can double as the Committee of Adjustment now, if we need to.
You know the signs. Can we put a sign up in front of this place saying, if you see this thing, it's spying on you, get more information here?
I think we're ready to roll again now, back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, that was you, Councillor Cole. You could have gone, Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry. Thank you for hanging in. You're getting 2 burgers, 2 plant-based burgers instead of 1 now. What are the toppings you'd like, please?
I'd like jalapeno peppers.
Okay, they're coming. Okay, we're resuming in public now, and we're just finishing our last item, and thanks everybody for their tremendous patience. On item number 1, the first shall be last, as the Bible says. So this is IE 22.1, Automated Vehicle Pilot Deployment in Toronto under Highway Traffic Act. And we have now, I think we've done our speaking. Have we done our speaking? No, okay. No, we're going to go to motions. That's right. Thank you. Going to speaking and motions, I think we've asked all of our questions in public and in private. Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have a motion. Thank you to legal for working with me. There should be 3 items. There should be 3 recommendations. There's 2. If you go back to my original one, it had 2 recommendations, and legal recommended splitting the first one into 2. Did you lose the other one? Okay, well, I'll stand down for a minute while they find, I can explain this one first. So my first motion is that we should request the advice of the Federal Privacy Commissioner about federal law, and we should request the advice of the Provincial Privacy Commissioner. It's fine for the province to say that, oh yes, the applicant, whether it's Magna or whoever else it turns out to be, has to comply with federal laws, but we know that there isn't a proactive approval process. We don't know whether they are complying or not. What they have told us certainly doesn't sound as if it complies, but since the federal law isn't only enforced on a complaints basis, and we have no evidence that this project has been reviewed by any competent privacy authority, I think the city should ask. So my motion is that we should write to each of these commissioners, the Provincial Privacy Commissioner, of course, being my former colleague, and ask them for their advice, given the information that we have from Magna, that they're going to be, or the applicant, whoever it turns out to be, that they're recording faces and that they're going to be sending it to the United States, and that there is nothing. We have no assurance that of the length of time the data is going to be kept, that it's going to be kept in Canada, whether it's sold or not, how it's going to be used. We have just no assurance on any of this, and that raises massive privacy concerns, as we have heard from the deputants. And so instead of just sitting here doing nothing, we can properly and should write to these 2 privacy commissioners and ask for their advice. If they have advice for us, I think that will be helpful. I think it would be very helpful. The other motion, which I hope we're going to find somewhere, is just to write back to the province saying that we object to this thing being foisted upon us without proper protections on safety, privacy, and congestion. We know that it doesn't stop them from doing it, but I've heard loud and clear from my constituents that they want us to object. And so I am asking that we write a letter objecting. You found the third one?
That is a motion there.
There it is.
And we have that right there.
Super, thank you very much.
So it's now included. I am going to make a couple of motions myself, and I know thank you very much, councillors, we'll get you out of here in 2 minutes, I promise. Councillor, I just want to report back as to whether we've heard back from the privacy commissioners to our September meeting. And I'd like to amend your first 2 to say, and tell us what happened in September 26th, if that's okay with you.
I would accept it as a friendly amendment as long as we ask tell the Privacy Commissioner we're
Yes.
going to have another meeting in September,
Yes.
and could they
They'll
please
get
get
that
to us before
motion.
then?
Yeah,
Because
that's great.
otherwise, they have a very
No,
long flow
That's
chart.
fine. Yes, we'll make sure they do that, and this is going to council, so we do have a chance to do that. And then I just have some motions here about keeping everything confidential. City lawyers are very happy I'm making that motion because we've heard that we can't talk about those things. Secondly, to ask to have a September 26th meeting and look at some of the data, because while this is a transportation matter, there are a whole number of data-related issues that are part of this that we're capturing here, and our deputants did, so to get information back on this. And lastly, to report to council on how we can, assuming your residents are unhappy with this, there's 5 wards, and you're the only ward that is represented here, as to what they would need to do to make that complaint to the Privacy Commissioner, because the city can't. It's not an entity. Individual would have to do that, so that's one option if folks are concerned about that. And I think, actually, Diane, you had Councillor Sachs, one of your residents was here making a deputation, so they asked what they could do, what do they need to know. This is something. So these are all the amendments to this item, number 1. And I wonder if there's any more motions or speakers?
I
No?
have 15.
15, okay, go for it, I'm waiting for it.
Let's get out of here.
Okay,
Come
is
on.
that your motion? All right.
Gambling in this stuff.
Good, thank you. So we'll just put those online now or up so you can see them. And there's Councillor Sachs's great motions, 1, 2, and 3. Do we have to vote separately, or can we do that? We're going to vote on each one separately, Councillor Sachs. All in favor of first motion?
I'm opposed to all of it. I'm not going to be.
Pardon me? Oh, it's all 3. Sorry, I thought I misunderstood from the clerk. So all in favor of Councillor Sachs's motion? Favor, opposed? That's you, Councillor Cole, you're opposed to that? Okay, fine. I'll mark you opposed. Next motion. That is to keep them confidential. Are you opposed to that? Yeah. Okay, in favor of keeping it confidential, opposed, that's Councillor Cole's opposed. Next motion is getting this information on all the data to come back in September. All in favor, opposed, and the last one is just Councillor Sachs, so her residents know how they could be unclear on that. Deputy to Council, how they can do that, because they asked for that. Thank you. All in favor, opposed, and that's carried. And item is amended. All in favor? Are you opposed? He's opposed. And now, just before you walk out the door, I'd just like to adjourn the meeting. May I do that? Thank you. Thanks so very much, everybody, for your patience and great work. Oh, I knew you'd say that.
Thanks, Heather Fletcher.